Dave, are you ready? Hello? Is this working? Okay, great. All right, we're going to get started. My name is Holly Willis, and on behalf of the School of Cinematic Arts here at the University of Southern California, I would like to welcome you to Theresa Hak Kyung Cha's Dictee, a marathon reading, which is a Visions and Voices event. Before we begin, however, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge our presence on the ancestral and unceded territory of the Tongva people and their neighbors who lived here for 9,000 years before settlers took the land. The area where we're sitting and standing right now, and where the rest of the USC campus sits, was a treeless flower field cared for by the Yangvit, Garavit, and Satvit people, who believed that every resource, the trees, the flowers, the fields, was the collective property of the tribe. USC's history department in the Dornsife School of Letters, Arts, and Sciences chronicles the history of the Tongva land, highlighting the fact that these lands, prior to the conquest that began in 1769, were held by indigenous communities who shared kinship, language, culture, and institutions. These ideas of kinship and language and of conquest and imperialism are central to our event today. Dictee chronicles the effects of disruptions to families, kinship, languages, and culture through war, imperialism, invasion, and more. So we invite you to reflect on the ongoingness of the impacts of violence as we stand on this land, and to read one chronicle of this particular history. I invite you to visit the website of the USC History Department. For now, please join me in a moment of recognizing our responsibility for acknowledging the history and our shared role in it. And we'll now turn things over to Annette Kim from the Sol Price School of Public Policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Holly and I are faculty friends who collaborate in a collective called RAP, Race, Arts, and Place, of faculty and community-based partners, including Gyopo, which was key in producing today's event. This marathon reading is a dream come true, first started by the initiative of professor and artist Young-Soon Min, and a labor of love for the many who are involved today, because of the special place we hold for Cha and her magnum opus Dictee. We would like to thank USC Visions and Voices, who has provided major funding and support for today's event, including the additional expenses involved with holding this event outdoors. We especially want to thank Executive Director Daria Yadachewski, who shared her personal stories about the significance of Theresa Hak Kyung Cha for her, as well as her staff Marie Ren Velez and Martin Wong. We also thank the USC Provost Office and the USC Price School, who provided additional support for this event. And we also want to thank our colleagues Aisha Maya Goitia, Stacy Patterson, and Dave Lopez, who provided Herculean support, without which this event would not have been possible. And thank you to our volunteer readers, ASL interpretation team, ASL directors, who have all committed so much attention to Dictee. Thank you to the Berkeley Art Museum and Pacific Film Archive for lending us 6 of Cha's works on view in the SCI lobby over there. And finally, we want to thank Ellie Lee and Young-Soon Min, who will speak next. They inspired us by the curatorial care with which they considered every detail of what we will experience today. I'm grateful to be a member of the Korean diasporic arts organization Gyopo, with them, whose time has finally come, and just in time, to be the apropos convener of today's event, celebrating the 70th anniversary of Theresa Hak Kyung Cha's birth. So next up is Ellie Lee, Steering Committee member of Kyopo and Executive Director of Equitable Vitrines. Thank you.
Hi. Theresa Hak Kyung Cha's Dictee reaches us here through a vast span of time. Because the quality of her work, and thanks to those who have stewarded it over the years, it is the anchor for this collective remembrance. These next hours are a celebration of the life and work of Theresa, a promise to her family that her legacy lives on, and an opportunity for us to reflect on the losses and the gains of recent years. This is also a dedication to survivors of sexual, gender-based, and racialized violence, including the survivors of George Tyndall's abuse here at USC. It is also a dedication to the survivors of war and all who have battled against erasure, whether it be the erasure of language, culture, or humanity itself. This program captures the essence of Gyopo. Since 2016, we've put together free public programs to gather and learn from one another. Not only do we exchange ideas, we build together on an ever-strengthening foundation of knowledge and shared experience. This event was organized by an uncommonly dedicated cast of volunteers from Young Soon Min, our dear colleague, artist, and personal friend of Cha's, to Jane Kim and DJ Kurz and others who helped us reach our friends in the deaf community, USC student workers and Gyopo committee members, and so many of us have shaped this day, including yourselves. Personally, it has been an honor and deeply affirming to encounter Dictee not merely through the usually solitary experience of reading, but through a dynamic and collective active reckoning. Thank you for being here, and Young Soon Min will introduce our speakers now.
Hi, my name is Young Soon Min. I hope you can hear me, right? Yes. I'm delighted now to introduce my dream team to introduce Theresa Hak Kyung Cha. Thank you. Great. John H. Cha has written several biographies about Korean and American leaders and is an award-winning translator of Korean literature into English. His titles include Willow Tree Shade, the Susan Ann Cuddy story, that was written in 2002, and The Do or Die Entrepreneur, a Korean-American businessman's journey, in 2004. And he is currently working on Dear Theresa, a book about his sister, Theresa Hak Kyung Cha. On a side note, we are pleased to tell you that John's daughter, Christina, and his brother, James, will be part of the marathon reading a bit later. Laura, and I'm introducing them in the order. Laura Hyun Yi Kang is a professor and former chair of Gender and Sexuality Studies at UC Irvine. She is the author of Traffic in Asian Women in 2020 and compositional subjects in figuring Asian/women, American women in 2002, and co-editor of the anthology Echoes Upon Echoes, New Korean American Writings, 2002. She is contributor to Writing Self, Writing Nation, essays on Theresa Hak Kyung Cha's Dictee that was published in 1994. Lawrence Rinder, our last speaker, directed the UC Berkeley Art Museum and Pacific Film Archive from 2008 to 2020. In 2004, he was appointed Dean of Graduate Studies at California College of the Arts in San Francisco. Previously, in 2000, as a curator of contemporary art at the Whitney Museum of American Art, he organized exhibitions, including the 2002 biennial. In 1993, he curated Theresa Hak Kyung Cha, Other Things Seen, Other Things Heard, at the Whitney Museum. Rinder's MA thesis at Hunter College, CUNY, in 1990 was devoted to themes of displacement in Theresa's art, as well as the catalog of her artwork. Their 3 essays and the forthcoming readings will convince us all the more that Theresa's oeuvre, including Dictee, will never be a past relic, but will continue to challenge and remain relevant for generations to come. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. Great to see you all here. Thank you, Gilpo Group. Thank you for inviting me to Dictee reading here at USC. And they're putting on a wonderful event here. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm so happy to see Young Soon and Larry here. I see Theresa's picture by the entrance over there on Silhouette. That's my favorite picture. And I will always remember her as a 31-year-old. And I'm in awe of seeing all of you to recite and celebrate Dictee, first published by a little-known press called Tenem back in 1982, 39 years ago. I'm amazed how the book withstood the test of time, and it seems the interest in the book will continue to grow. Theresa mailed a copy of Dictee to my parents' house on November 3rd, 2 days before she met her death. It arrived in San Francisco 9 days later on the 12th, which happened to be the day of her funeral. We had just come home from her funeral. I was driving, and when I pulled up to the garage, I spotted a manila envelope sticking out of the mail slot. I took it out and saw Theresa's handwriting in blue Sharpie. And for a second, I thought she had come by and stuck the envelope in the mail slot. I thought, when did she come? I looked around for her, but of course, she hadn't delivered the book herself. An unsuspecting mail person had delivered it. I came to my senses and opened the envelope and found the brown book. My hand shaking, I opened the book. The first page hit me very hard. I saw the black and white photo of a graffiti artwork in Korean. I had never seen the graffiti before, and it came at me like Theresa's own voice. It said, "Mother, I miss you. I'm hungry. I want to come home." The text read vertically, top to bottom, and from right to left, which told me that the graffiti was scribed in the old Korean style. I was bowled over. The words rang, and I felt as if Theresa was talking to me from the dead. The first thought that came to me was, Mother must not see this. She would not survive the shock. Mother and Theresa were very close, and I feared that Theresa's words would devastate Mother. So I hid the book from her for several weeks. Besides the graffiti art, our mother would have read about the stories from Yongjong, Manchuria. Theresa wrote about Yongjong based on our mother's stories. To tell you a little about Yongjong, the town was populated by writers, educators, and independence workers. Their life's mission was to provide resistance against Imperial Japan and regain independence. When Japan colonized Korea in 1910, they had fled to Yongjong. They could speak Korean there. That was until Japan occupied Manchuria as well. K. Kyung Richards spent time with my mother talking about Yongjong. Kay translated and published a book of poetry by Yoon Dong-ju, sky, wind, and stars. Kay acknowledged my mother in the book, and I'm grateful. Kay also translated Dictee into Korean, and what a difficult task that was. There were other writers in Yongjang. One of mother's teachers was An Soo-gil, who wrote North Gando, an important novel about Korean struggles in Manchuria. She had another teacher who was Richard Kim's father. Richard Kim, of course, is the author of The Martyred. His parents lived in San Francisco, and my parents would get together with them once in a while. Richard Kim visited his parents on holidays, and I was hoping to meet him on one of his visits, but our meeting never materialized. Another writer in my mother's midst was her cousin, Kang So-chun. He stayed at my mother's house when she was young. One day, she and Kang were sitting out on the wooden veranda watching chickens and little chicks play in the yard. Suddenly, Kang stood up and ran into his room and feverishly wrote down something. Mother had no idea what he was doing, but found out later that he was working on a poem, which he submitted to a poetry magazine. His poem became well known among Koreans of all ages. He went on to produce an important body of work in the children's literature genre. Having grown up surrounded by writers, it was natural for my mother to become a storyteller and a writer herself. She told Theresa stories about Yongjang, and Theresa paid attention. It seems natural for Theresa to write down what she heard, especially regarding language. In Yongjang, mother spoke Korean at home and Japanese at school. In America, Theresa spoke Korean at home and English at school. Mother spoke Korean to Theresa, and Theresa spoke English to her. Theresa found language fascinating, leading her to ask a fundamental question: why do humans speak in the first place? And voila, we have Dictee. My mother eventually read Dictee some weeks later. She read it piecemeal. For a long time, she couldn't get past the first page. My father got to see his contribution as well. He said, Theresa asked me to make Chinese calligraphy. I didn't know what she wanted them for. Now I see why she wanted them. Besides Dictee, she left behind a considerable volume of work, her video pieces, works on paper, performances, mail art, and so on. We noticed that her Super 8 films on reels were getting brittle, and Bernadette worked with Cal State Long Beach video department to digitize the film and video pieces. As we try to compile and organize Theresa's material, we realized that we need help. Then along came our angel by the name of Lawrence Rinder, an amazing art curator from Berkeley University Art Museum. He was writing his master's thesis on Theresa's work, and we welcomed him as our savior. He was instrumental in establishing a home for her at BAM PFA. I also want to thank Young-Soon Min for being a true friend to Theresa. Theresa used to tell me about an artist friend in Ohio whom she respected very much. Theresa wrote to me a while back, "I do art because it is the truth." Thank God for art and artists. Theresa's artwork keeps her alive for me. Again, thank you for inviting me to Dictee reading. I shall treasure it forever. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank Young-Soon and Ellie and also Gilpo for organizing this event. When I first read Dictee in 1990, I was most struck by its mood of alienation and loneliness. Dictee is replete with scenes of silence and the suppression of speech, which have been wrought by intercutting histories of patriarchy, colonialism, civil war, division, exile, religion, and racism. Speaking is forced, halting, and belabored. Both silence and speech are scored by anguish and struggle. Inside is the pain of speech, the pain to say. Larger still, greater than, is the pain not to say, to not say. The book is also replete with scenes of displacement, separation, and the impossibility of communication, beginning with the frontispiece photograph of the crudely etched Korean words, longing for a distant mother and home. Letters are never accompanied by a response. One letter is an explanatory note about being unable to locate the addressee. Apprehension about a distant, unknowable, and unreachable audience is haltingly expressed throughout the book, up until the end, when a female subject wavers about the words she has just put forth. Not easily believed. Without a doubt, the uncertainty of having said them bordering on regret. Without a doubt, the wish to retrieve them, if she had regretted them afterwards, all along. But this is immediately followed by a resolute openness to their illimitable reception and reassembly. Now, they retain their obligation as their own mass identity, released to no individual being, housed in their own. Throughout the book, words are disassembled, decentered, recalled from the margins, exclusionary, unclaimed, indecipherable to some, and heartbreaking to others. Much has changed since Dictee was first published in 1982. While the Koreas remain divided, South Korea is no longer an underdeveloped country that was subject to foreign domination, but is now an economically and culturally powerful force, which complicates an elegiac orientation of loss and mourning. In the US, Korean Americans are no longer just an abject population of perpetual foreigners, with many individuals who are now prominently and also profitably ensconced in the upper strata of government, finance, academia, the arts, and culture industries. The history of Korea's colonization by Japan, the Korean War, and the division of the country has been the subject of a large body of scholarship, literary texts, and multimedia visual culture. Since the 1994 publication of 4 essays by Elaine Kim, Lisa Lowe, Sun Shelley Wang, and myself, along with artwork by Young Sun Min in the collection Writing Self, Writing Nation, Dictee has been reprinted and read and taught widely, inspiring many Asian American and Korean American artists, poets, and creative writers. The scholarly criticism on Dictee has proliferated extensively, with new interpretations pointing to previously unexplored and underanalyzed details of the book, and some claiming superior critical insight over other readings. This contest for interpretive authority seems to me a misappropriation of a text that so insistently resists closure and destabilizes singular claims to truth and official knowledge. Another troubling permutation is the will to exceptional knowledge, not so much through careful attention to Theresa Hak Kyung Cha's complex, multifaceted life and lived relations, and her extensive body of innovative work in multiple media, but by fixating upon details of her violent death. The brilliance of Dictee lies in the illimitable ways in which it continues to open itself up to new and very different interpretations. While many continue to categorize it as autobiography and individual memoir, Dictee is comprised of not one, but many disparate speakers, writers, and readers. Storyteller, penitent, student, migrant laborer, exile government, scribe, child messenger, diarist, daughter, mother, historian, poet, and translator. Through enacting and amplifying this irreducibly plural and polyvocal composition of the book, I consider the public group readings of Dictee as a spirited collective act against the enclosures of both singular artistic genius and tragic individual biography. Participating in the first marathon reading at Performance Space in New York on March 17, 2019, impressed upon me how Dictee is uniquely amenable to reading out loud and listening with many others rather than alone and hermetically. It was wondrous and astounding to hear the mixture of voices with their diversely embodied range of pitch, intonation, tempo, timbre, inflection, and accent. The event also demonstrated that Dictee cannot be read aloud fully and in its entirety, since we can only make sound the Korean, English, French, and Chinese words and characters printed on the page. But what of the many photographs, maps, diagrams, empty spaces, and entirely blank pages? Any sounding out also effaces the many deliberate misspellings and miscapitalizations of words which disrupt linguistic conventions and habits of meaning making. Rather than a marathon that foregrounds extended duration and a single endpoint, a more apt figuration of this collective event act might be the choral dance associated with terpsichore, the eighth muse. The antiphonal song of the chanting, swaying crowd is not the measured call and response between two fixed groups, but the ebb and the echo in the relay and reverb of polyglot utterings. This unruly assemblage is a disidentification from the individual and exceptional figure of the disieuse, a highly skilled professional reciter who performs for a passive, enthralled audience. She allows others in place of her, admits others to make full, the others each occupying her. As a communal, convivial, and participatory commingling of a multitude of bodies in one fleeting time space, the choral dance also reminds us of the communicative powers of physical movement and embodied gestures. Each participant will see, hear, and feel different resonances. I was especially moved by the other Korean American readers, each of our voices bearing our diverse itineraries of immigration, adoption, acculturation, return, class, education, and region in the ways in which we read the printed words out loud with, but also for each other. I wondered whether Theresa Hak Kyung Cha could have imagined that such an eccentric chorus would ever come to be assembled, and that the book she wrote with so much love, care, courage, and rigorous intelligence would bring us together from afar. The separations and distances created by the pandemic make gatherings such as this feel even more vital and necessary. In the final scene of Dictee, a child asks their mother to be raised up to look out from a too high window. The passage ends not by securing an individual view of a fixed picture image, but with untethered, abounding reverberations. Bells fall, a peal to sky. Thank you.
My deep thanks to Young Soon Min, Ellie Lee, Annette Kim, and the whole wonderful Gyopo team for inviting me here to participate in this wonderful, wonderful event. It's really an honor to be here to introduce this reading of Theresa Cha's Dictee with John Cha and Dr. Laura Hyun Yi Kang. Thank you for your amazingly beautiful talks. It was in 1988 or 89 that I first heard of Theresa Cha. I had gone to a talk by the art historian Moira Roth at Mills College. Her talk, as was typical of Moira, was not a conventional lecture, but rather simply a reading from a list that she had compiled of dozens, maybe as many as 100, unrecognized women artists. She accompanied each name with 3 or 4 slides of their work, and there was no commentary at all. I felt that she was implicitly issuing a challenge to the audience, which consisted largely of young academics, to do the work of finding out who these artists were and correcting the historical record. Of all the artists whose work she showed, there was one in particular who caught my attention, Theresa Cha. As I said, for each artist, there were only 3 or 4 images. But whatever it was that Moira showed, and I don't remember exactly what, though I think it may have been some of her concrete poetry, the work made enough of an impression on me that after the talk, I approached Moira and asked her to tell me about Theresa Cha. Moira smiled and gave me one of her looks that meant something like, "Ah, so I've got you. Well, this is going to be fun," and invited me to her home for tea. When we met, she gave me the basic facts of Theresa's life and a general description of her practice. I'm not sure if Moira had actually met Theresa, but I believe she may have. She told me that most of Theresa's art was at her parents' home in Southern California, and she would make an introduction if I wanted to learn more. She cautioned me, however, that it wouldn't be appropriate to do this casually. The family was still in shock over her death, and visiting their home to see Theresa's art would no doubt be painful for them. She gave me a copy of Dictee and asked me to let her know what to do. Dictee was a revelation. I had never seen or read anything like it, though I did perceive in its collage approach to text and image some resonances with the so-called deconstruction or critical art that I had been familiar with in New York in the early and mid-1980s. I'm thinking of artists like Sylvia Kolbowski, Judith Barry, Gretchen Bender, and Andrea Fraser. In contrast to this work, however, which focused almost exclusively on gender representation and mass media, Dictee was full of personal history, poetry, and the complications of cultural hybridity, a topic that was not yet much in evidence in the art world. Theresa's work seemed to have a much greater, more ambitious, and far-reaching frame of reference than the work being made in New York at the same time, though on my first, second, or even fifth and sixth reading, I still had only a vague sense of what that unusual frame comprised. Naturally, I called Moira and asked her to introduce me to Theresa's family. This began my relationship with the art of Theresa Cha, a journey which continues to this day. As you've heard, I wrote my master's thesis on her approach to the theme of displacement and curated an exhibition of her work at the Berkeley Art Museum and Pacific Film Archive, and then another at the Whitney Museum of American Art. I was honored to be at BAM-PFA when the family donated the vast majority of her work, as well as a considerable amount of ancillary material, to the museum, creating the Theresa Hak Kyung Cha archive, which has, ever since, consistently been the most visited and studied facet of this 150-year-old museum's collection. In preparing for this event, I reflected on how the world has changed in the 30 years since I encountered Theresa's art, and how her work inevitably has come to play a different role. To me, her formal experimentation, transcultural connections, and deeply personal, even spiritual grounding feels as fresh and relevant as ever. I'd like to think that the art world has gained in sophistication over the past 3 decades and is now better prepared to understand and enjoy the breadth, nuance, and complexity of her work. Yet there are still some facets of Theresa's practice that call for deeper exploration, among which are the influence of the radical feminist Monique Wittig, Theresa's involvement in the 1970s mail art movement, and the relationship of Dictee to her work in film, video, performance, and other media. I've always been curious about the appearance of Monique Wittig in Cha's biography, yet it is unclear to me how this extraordinary French feminist and Theresa Cha overlapped. It's possible that they met in 1976 when Cha was a student in Paris at the Centre d'études américaines du cinéma. Cha may even have studied with Wittig when she was a visiting professor at UC Berkeley in 1978, teaching a graduate seminar on political theory and an undergraduate course on creative writing. It's intriguing to me to imagine how Cha might have responded to Wittig's critique of the concept of écriture féminine. Specifically, there are a number of similarities between Wittig's experimental novel, The Lesbian Body, and Cha's Dictee. Both are structured within a classical Greek setting and begin with an invocation to a muse. Both manifest female history by reciting names of women and female personae. Both analogize body and text language with an evocation of the visceral experience of speech and being. Both have the stylistic quality of an incantation, using repetition to create a sensation of suspension and allure. And finally, both attend to the visual appearance of the text, with variations in font and font size to indicate diverse registers of ideation. This statement by Wittig in the introduction to The Lesbian Body resonates with aspects of Cha's Dictee. Quote, "The body of the text subsumes all the words of the female body. Le corps lesbien attempts to achieve the affirmation of its reality. To recite one's own body, to recite the body of the other, is to recite the words of which the book is made up. The fascination for writing the never previously written and the fascination for the unattained body proceed from the same desire." Around the same time that Cha may have been engaged in thinking through the implications of Wittig's practice, she was becoming involved in a very different milieu, that of male artists, especially those working in Netherlands and Iceland. Theresa was always up to something. Male art, which has roots in conceptual art and fluxus, was, in part, a critique of the consumerist model of art and an expression of a new systems approach to art practice. For Cha, I believe that male art resonated primarily with her interest in linguistics and information theory. She was intrigued by the homonymic congruence of letter, as in symbols of the alphabet, and letter, as in the packet that is sent through the mail. A book, for her, was really just a letter in a thicker envelope, a packet of meaning sent from one person to another. That she published Dictee commercially rather than making a singular artist's book resonates for me with male artists' frequent rejection of uniqueness and preciousness as a basis for artistic value. As suggested by analogizing Dictee to works of male art, there are ways to understand this remarkable text by exploring connections to other works in Cha's oeuvre, especially to works in other media. While Cha was extremely focused on the essential qualities of every medium in which she worked and loved to draw our attention to these essences, she also built her practice on making connections across media and disciplines. Stephanie Canizzo, associate curator at BAM PFA, organized a groundbreaking exhibition, Theresa Hak Kyung Cha, Avant Dictee, in 2018, that juxtaposed various works of Cha's film, video, concrete poetry, artist books, and performance with passages from Dictee. Unfortunately, this exhibition was not accompanied by a publication, and the rewarding work of documenting and theorizing these marvelous connecting threads still remains to be done. Thank you.
To my mother, to my father. May I write words more naked than flesh, stronger than bone, more resilient than sinew, sensitive than nerve. Sappho. Glio, history. Calliope, epic poetry. Urania, astronomy. Melpomene, tragedy. Erato, love poetry. Elitere, lyric poetry. Thalia, comedy. Terpsichore, choral dance. Polymnia, sacred poetry. Aller à la ligne. C'était le premier jour. Point. Elle venait de loin. Point. Ce soit ordinaire. Virgule. Les familles demanderaient. Virgule. Ouvre les guillemets. Ça s'est bien passé le premier jour. Point d'interrogation. Ferme les guillemets. Au moins. Virgule. Dire le moins possible. Virgule. La réponse serait. Virgule. Ouvre les guillemets. Il n'y a qu'une chose. Point. Ferme les guillemets. Ouvre les guillemets. Il n'y a qu'une. Point. Loin. Point. Ferme les guillemets. Open paragraph. It was the first day. Period. She had come from afar. Period. Tonight at dinner. Comma. The families would ask. Comma. Open quotation marks. How was the first day? Interrogation mark. Close quotation marks. At least to say the least of it possible. Comma. The answer would be. Open quotation marks. There is but one thing. Period. There is someone. Period. From. Afar. Period. Close quotation marks.
Disuse. She mimics the speaking that might resemble speech, anything at all. Bared noise, groan, bits torn from words. She hesitates to measure the accuracy. She resorts to mimicking gestures with the mouth. The entire lower lip would lift upward, then sink back to its original place. She would then gather both lips and protrude them in a pout, taking in the breath that might utter something, one thing, just one. But the breath falls away. With a slight tilting of her head backward, she would gather the strength in her shoulders and remain in this position. It murmurs inside. It murmurs. Inside is the pain of speech, the pain to say. Larger still, greater than is the pain not to say. To not say says nothing against the pain to speak. It festers inside the wound, liquid, dust, must break, must void. From the back of her neck, she releases her shoulders free. She swallows once more, once more. One more time would do. In preparation, it augments to such a pitch. Endless drone, refueling itself, autonomous, self-generating, swallows with last efforts, last wills against the pain that wishes it to speak. She allows others in place of her, admits others to make full, make swarm, all barren cavities to make swollen, the others each occupying her. Tumorous layers expel all excesses until in all cavities she is flesh. She allows herself caught in their threading, anonymously in their thick motion, in the weight of their utterance. When the amplification stops, there might be an echo. She makes the attempt then, the echo part, at the pause, when the pause has already soon begun and has rested there still. She waits inside the pause, inside her, now, this very moment, now. She takes rapidly the air, engulfs in preparation for the distances to come. The pause ends. The voice wraps another layer, thicker now even, from the waiting, the weight from pain, to say, to not to say. She would take on their punctuation. She waits to service this, theirs, punctuation. She would become, herself, demarcations, absorb it, spill it, seize upon the punctuation, last air, give her, the relay, voice, a sign, hand it, deliver, deliver. She relays the others, recitation, evocation, offering, provocation, the begging, before her, before them. Now the weight begins from the uppermost back of her head, pressing downward.
It stretches evenly, the entire skull expanding tightly all sides toward the front of her head. She gasps from the pressure, its contracting motion. Inside her voids, it does not contain further. Rising from the empty below, pebble lumps of gas, moisture, begin to flood her, dissolving her, slowed to deliberation, slow and thick. The traces from her head moving downward, closing her eyes in the same motion, slower, parting her mouth open together with her jaw and throat, which the above falling just to the end, not stopping there, but turning her inside out in the same motion, shifting complete the whole weight to elevate upward. Begins imperceptibly, near perceptible, just once, just one time, and it will take. She takes the pause, slowly, from the thickness, from weighted motion upward, slowed to deliberation, even when it passed upward through her mouth again. The delivery, she takes it, slow, the invoking, all the time now, all the time there is, always, and all times, the pause, uttering, hers now, hers bare, the utter.
Oh, Muse. Tell me the story of all these things. Oh, goddess, daughter of Zeus, beginning wherever you wish. Tell even us. Écrivez en français. 1. If you like this better, tell me so at once. 2. The general remained only a little while in this place. 3. If you did not speak so quickly, they would understand you better. 4. The leaves have not fallen yet, nor will they fall for some days. 5. It will fit you pretty well. 6. The people of this country are less happy than the people of yours. 7. Come back on the 15th of next month, no sooner and no later. 8. I met him downstairs by chance. 9. Be industrious. The more one works, the better one succeeds. 10. The harder the task, the more honorable the labor. 11. The more a man praises himself, the less inclined are others to praise him. 12. Go away more quickly next time. Traduire en français. 1. I want you to speak 2, I wanted him to speak. 3, I shall want you to speak. 4, are you afraid he will speak? 5, were you afraid they would speak? 6, it will be better for him to speak to us. 7, was it necessary for you to write? 8, wait till I write. 9, why didn't you wait so that I could write you? Complétez les phrases suivantes. 1. Le lac est, entre parenthèses, gelé ce matin. 2. Je, entre parenthèses, se lever quand ma mère m'appelait. 3. Elle, entre parenthèses, essuyer la table avec une éponge. 4. Il, entre parenthèses, mener son enfant à l'école. 5. Au marché, on, entre parenthèses, achetait des œufs, de la viande et des légumes. 6. Il, entre parenthèses, jetait les coquilles des noix qu'il, entre parenthèses, mangeait. 7. Il, entre parenthèses, se promenait tous les soirs dans la rue. 8. Elle, entre parenthèses, préférait le chapeau vert. 9. Je, entre parenthèses, espérais que vous me, entre parenthèses, m'appelez de bonne heure. 10. Ils, entre parenthèses, envoyaient des cadeaux à leurs amis. Tell me the story of all these things, beginning wherever you wish. Tell even us.
Black ash from the palm hosanna. Ash. Kneel down on the marble, the cold, beneath, rising through the bent knees. Close eyes, and the lids flutter. Push out the tongue. The host water. His body, his blood. His dissolving in the mouth to the liquid tongue, saliva. Wine to blood, bread to flesh. His, open the eyes to the women kneeling on the left side, the right side. Only visible on their bleached countenances are the unevenly lit circles of rouge and their elongated tongues, in waiting to receive him. Waiting, nearer and nearer to the altar of God. Infusion of the surplus perfumes, beeswax, incense, flowers. Place back the tongue, now to the forehead, between the two brows or just above. Hands folded, fingers laced to expel all extraneous space. One gesture, solid, for him. By then he is again at the other end, he the one who deciphers, he the one who invokes in the name, he the one who becomes he, man-God, places blessed leaves, blessed ashes from the blessed palms in the left hand. Black dot of ash on the forehead, through Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest, through the mea culpa, through my most grievous sin, crucifixion to follow. of him, of his son. Stand not too quickly, the stations, looking down at the red of the carpet, hand placed on triangle, white fake lace scarf, not to slip, fall from the head. The head of hair, the sin covered, the nails of the shoes snag on the carpet down the aisle, to the water bowl, the finger. Reach to make the cross from the same forehead, side by side, not to erase the dark ash to the chest, once to the left shoulder, once then to the right, in the name of the three in one, the mystery of all three being one. At the same time, 9 steps down from the main gate is dusk now, evening, nightfall. Translate into French. 1. Today would be the feast day of the Immaculate Conception. She would have been voted to crown the Blessed Virgin. She herself would be sinless, would be pure, would be chaste in her heart. She would be silent, often, most of the time, most often than not, far too often. 2. O my God, I am heartily sorry for having offended thee, and I detest all my sins because of thy just punishments, but most of all because they offend thee, my God, who art all good and deserving of all my love. I firmly resolve the help of thy grace to sin no more and to avoid the near occasion of sin. Amen. 3. Near occasion. 4. France was formerly divided into 32 provinces, such as Brittany, Provence, Franche-Comté, etc. But since the Revolution of 1789, it is divided into 86 departments. The names given to the departments come almost all from the rivers that traverse them, such as the Loire, the Seine, etc. Some are borrowed from the names of the mountains, and a small number from the situations such as the Department of the North or from the nature of the soil. Each department is administered by a prefect. Paris is not only the capital of France, it is the capital of the world. Do you know there are about 10,000 Americans in Paris who would quit to go to heaven? 5. She call, she believe. She calling to, she has calling because there no response. She believe, she calling, and the other end must hear. The other end must see, the other end feel. She accept pages, sent care of, never to be seen, never to be read, never to be known. If name be known, if name only seen, heard, spoken, read, cannot be, never. She hide all. Essential words. Words link subject, verb. She writes hidden, the essential words must be pretended, invented. She try on different images, essential, invisible. 6. We left London at 7:30 and arrived at Dover after a journey of 2 hours. At 10 o'clock, the boat left the harbor. The trip across the channel took only an hour and a half. The sea was calm. We did not feel the slightest of motion. We made a stop at an hour at Calais, where we had luncheon. It was rather dear, but well served. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we were in Paris. The entire trip was only a matter of a little more than 10 hours, and an expenditure of 50 francs. 7. Forget and would be forgotten. Close eyes and would be forgotten. Not say, and they are forgotten. Not admit, and they are forgotten, like sins. Say them, they are forgiven, forgotten, and they are forgotten. 8. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. My last confession was, I can't remember. Name how many? 1, 2, 3 weeks, months, years. Name all the sins. Name all the mortal sins, if any, how many? Name all the venal sins, how many? Get the penance. Say thank you, Father. Say all the penance. 9. The young poet who composed the Marseillaise was called Rouget de Lille. He wrote it when he was in Strasbourg in March or April 1792. He spent a whole night composing this beautiful song. However, he wrote nothing before the next morning. After writing what he had composed, he went to the house of his friend Dietrich to show it to him. He sang his new song before his friends. The mayor's wife accompanied him at the piano. Everyone applauded. Soon it was sung everywhere in France.
Therefore, me, Father, for I have sinned. My last confession was, I can't remember when. These are my sins. I am making up the sins for the guarantee of absolution. In the beginning again at 0, before heaven even, before the fall, all previous wrongs erased, reduced to spotless, pure. When I receive God, all pure. Totally, for the dwelling of God housed in my body and soul must be clean, free of sin, any sin, mortal sin. The greater the sin, greater the forgiveness, greater the glory of God in his forgiveness. I have none. Venial sin, small sins, hardly worth the mention. Sins all the same, thoughts even. No matter how invisible, everything is visible to God. Thought as visible as word, as act. Act of contrition. I am making the confession to make words, to make a speech in such tongues. Question, who made thee? Answer, God made me. To conspire in God's tongue. Question, where is God? Answer, God is everywhere. Accomplice in his texts, the fabrication in his own image, the pleasure, the desire of giving image to the word in the mind of the confessor. Question, God who has made you in his own likeness. Answer, God who has made me in his own likeness. In his own image, in his own remembrance, in his own copy, in his own counterfeit presentment, in his duplicate, in his own reproduction, in his cast, in his carbon, his image, and his mirror. Pleasure in the image, pleasure in the copy, pleasure in the projection of likeness, pleasure in the repetition. Acquiesce to the correspondence. Acquiesce to the messenger. Acquiesce to and for the complot in the hieratic tongue. Theirs into their tongue, their counterscript my confession in theirs, into theirs, to scribe, to make clear the words, to make sound the words, the words made flesh. First Friday, 1 hour before Mass. Mass every first Friday. Dictee first, every Friday, before Mass. Dictee before. Back in the study hall, it is time. Snaps once, one step right from the desk. Single file, snaps twice. Follow single line. Move all the way to the right-hand side of the wall. Single file. The sound instrument is made from 2 pieces of flat, box-shaped wood with a hinge at the center. It rests inside the palm and is snapped with a defined closing of the thumb. Framed inside is an image of the Holy Virgin Mary, robed in blue with white drape, or white robe with a blue drape over her head. Her eyes toward heaven, 2 hands to heaven, shrouded in clouds, the invisible feet. Framed inside next to her is the Sacred Heart of Jesus, a pierced heart inflamed, threaded thorn cross above emanating silver light. Image of Jesus Christ pointing his left index finger to chest wounded mark on right hand, reaching perhaps ever so gently. Single file silence gliding steps one at a time. The organ has started already. Les enfants de mon Sacré-Cœur, all capital letters. The organ plays over again. Vous l'avez dit votre promesse. Nos espoirs, pardon my French, nos espoirs, notre bonheur, or was it votre? Dans la tendresse, or was it ma tendresse? Les enfants de mon Sacré-Cœur, over and over. The single file waits at the door of the chapel. The seniors first. The line divides in 2, waiting in 2 lines with space between. The singing has begun. The words are in the blue books in case you have forgotten them. The chosen ones to crown Mary, the Immaculate Conception, enter in the center. The white uniforms, the ribbons of satin today, blue draped across from the right shoulder down to the left side of the waist. Banner of blue and white satin. The image of Mary seated in the center. White lilies, one in the center to carry the banner. The 8 others, 4 by 4 in single file, behind the one with the banner. 9 in all. Each pew holds 9. One monitor to count the 9, then to the next pew, the next verse, and then back to the first, over and over until it begins, the novena of the Immaculate Conception. Novena, 9 each, the recitation of prayer and practicing of devotions during a 9-day period, and it begins.
Suppression of Foreign Criticism, September 26, 1907. We are informed that a bad fight took place about 8 miles from Suwon on Sunday, September 12th. 30 volunteers were surrounded by Japanese troops, and although no resistance was offered, they were shot down in the most cold-blooded fashion. This not being quite enough to satisfy the conquerors, 2 other volunteers who had been captured were brought out and were decapitated by one of the officers. We may mention that this news does not come from native sources. It comes from European. The enemy. One's enemy. Enemy nation. Entire nation against the other entire nation. One people exalting the suffering institutionalized on another. The enemy becomes abstract. The relationship becomes abstract. The nation, the enemy, the name becomes larger than its own identity, larger than its own measure, larger than its own properties, larger than its own signification. For this people, for the people who is their enemy, for the people who is their ruler's subject and their ruler's victory. Japan has become the sign, the alphabet, the vocabulary to this enemy people. The meaning is the instrument, memory that pricks the skin, stabs the flesh, the volume of blood, the physical substance, blood as measure, that rests as record, as document, of this enemy people. To the other nations who are not witnesses, who are not subject to the same oppressions, they cannot know. Unfathomable the words, the terminology, enemy, atrocities, conquest, betrayal, invasion, destruction. They exist only in the larger perception of history's recording that affirmed, admittedly and unmistakably, one enemy nation has disregarded the humanity of another. Not physical enough, not to the very flesh and bone, to the core, to the mark, to the point where it is necessary to intervene, even if to invent anew expressions for this experience, for this outcome that does not cease to continue. To the others, these accounts are about one more distant land and any other distant land, without any discernible features in the narrative, all the same, distant like any other. This document is transmitted through, by the same means, the same channel without distinction. The content is delivered in the same style, the word, the image. To appeal to the masses, to congeal the information, to make bland, mundane, no longer able to transcend their own conspirator method, no matter how alluring their presentation. The response is pre-coded to perform predictably, however passively possible. Neutralized to achieve the no response, to make absorb, to submit to the unidirectional correspondence. Why resurrect it all now? From the past. History, the old wound. The past emotions all over again. To confess to relieve the same folly. To name it now so as not to repeat history in oblivion. To extract each fragment by each fragment from the word, from the image, another word, another image, the reply that will not repeat history in oblivion.
Petition from the Koreans of Hawaii to President Roosevelt. Honolulu, TH, July 12, 1905. To His Excellency, the President of the United States. Your Excellency, the undersigned have been authorized by the 8,000 Koreans now residing in the territory of Hawaii at a special mass meeting held in the city of Honolulu on July 12, 1905, to present to Your Excellency the following appeal. We, the Koreans of the Hawaiian Islands, voicing the sentiments of 12 million of our countrymen, humbly lay before Your Excellency the following facts. Soon after the commencement of the war between Russia and Japan, our government made a treaty of alliance with Japan for offensive and defensive purposes. By virtue of this treaty, the whole of Korea was open to the Japanese, and both the government and the people have been assisting the Japanese authorities in their military operations in and about Korea. The contents of this treaty are undoubtedly known to Your Excellency. Therefore, we need not embody them in this appeal. Suffice it to state, however, the object of the treaty was to preserve the independence of Korea and Japan and to protect Eastern Asia from Russia's aggression. Korea, in return for Japan's friendship and protection against Russia, has rendered services to the Japanese by permitting them to use the country as a base of their military operations. When this treaty was concluded, the Koreans fully expected that Japan would introduce reforms into the governmental administration along the line of the modern civilization of Europe and America, and that she would advise and counsel our people in a friendly manner. But to our disappointment and regret, the Japanese government has not done a single thing in the way of improving the condition of the Korean people. On the contrary, she turned loose several thousand rough and disorderly men of her nationals in Korea, who are treating the inoffensive Koreans in a most outrageous manner. The Koreans are by nature not a quarrelsome or aggressive people, but deeply resent the high-handed actions of the Japanese toward them. We can scarcely believe that the Japanese government approves the outrages committed by its people in Korea, but it has done nothing to prevent this state of affairs. They have been, during the last 18 months, forcibly obtaining all the special privileges and concessions from our government, so that today they practically own everything that is worth having in Korea. We, the common people of Korea, have lost confidence in the promises Japan made at the time of concluding the Treaty of Alliance, and we doubt seriously the good intentions which she professes to have toward our people. For geographical, racial, and commercial reasons, we want to be friendly to Japan, and we're even willing to have her as our guide and example in the matters of internal reforms and education. But the continuous policy of self-exploitation at the expense of the Koreans has shaken our confidence in her, and we are now afraid that she will not keep her promise of preserving our independence as a nation, nor assisting us in reforming internal administration. In other words, her policy in Korea seems to be exactly the same as that of Russia prior to the war. The United States has many interests in our country. The industrial, commercial, and religious enterprises under American management have attained such proportions that we believe the government and people of the United States ought to know the true conditions of Korea and the result of the Japanese becoming paramount in our country. We know that the people of America love fair play and advocate justice toward all men. We also know that Your Excellency is the ardent exponent of a square deal between individuals as well as nations. Therefore, we come to you with this memorial with the hope that Your Excellency may help our country at this critical period of our national life. We fully appreciate the fact that during the conference between the Russian and the Japanese peace envoys, Your Excellency may not care to make any suggestion to either party as to the conditions of their settlement. But we earnestly hope that Your Excellency will see to it that Korea may preserve her autonomous government and that other power shall not oppress or maltreat our people. The clause in the treaty between the United States and Korea gives us a claim upon the United States for assistance, and this is a time when we need it most. Very respectfully, your obedient servants, signed, P.K. Yoon, Syngman Rhee.
March 1st, 1919. Everyone knows to carry inside themselves the national flag. Everyone knows equally the punishment that follows this gesture. The march begins, the flags are taken out, made visible, waved, every individual crying out the independence, the freedom to the people of this nation, knowing equally the punishment. Her parents leading the procession fell. Her brothers. Countless others were fired at and stabbed indiscriminately by the enemy's soldiers. Kwan Soon is arrested as a leader of the revolution, with punishment deserving of such a rank. She is stabbed in the chest and subjected to questioning, to which she reveals no names. She is given 7 years prison sentence, to which her reply is that the nation itself is imprisoned. Child revolutionary, child patriot, woman soldier, deliverer of nation. The eternity of one act is the completion of one existence, one martyrdom, for the history of one nation, of one people. Some will not know age. Some not age. Time stops. Time will stop for some, for them especially. Eternal time, no age. Time fixes for some. Their image, the memory of them is not given to deterioration, unlike the captured image that extracts from the soul precisely by reproducing, multiplying itself. Their countenance evokes not the hallowed beauty, beauty from seasonal decay, evokes not the inevitable, not death, but the dying. Face to face with the memory, it misses. It's missing. Still, what if time does not move, remains there, misses nothing? Time, that is. All else, all things else, all other, subject to time, must answer to time, except stillborn, aborted, barely, infant, seed, germ, sprout, less even, dormant, stagnant, missing. The decapitated forms, worn, marred, recording a past of previous forms. The present form face to face reveals the missing, the absent, would be said remnant, memory, but the remnant is the whole. The memory is the entire. The longing in the face of the lost maintains the missing, fixed between the wax and wane, indefinite, not a sign of progress. All else sage in time, except some are without.
Calliope, epic poetry. Mother, you are 18 years old. You were born in Yongjeong, Manchuria, and this is where you now live. You are not Chinese. You are Korean. But your family moved here to escape the Japanese occupation. China is large, larger than large. You tell me that the hearts of the people are measured by the size of the land. As large and as silent. You live in a village where the other Koreans live, same as you, refugees, immigrants, exiles, farther away from the land that is not your own any longer. You did not want to see, you cannot see anymore, what they do to the land and to the people, as long as the land is not your own. Until it will be again. Your father left and your mother left as the others. You suffer the knowledge of having to leave, of having left, but your maum, spirit, has not left. Never shall have and never shall will. Not now, not even now. It is burned into your ever-present memory, memoryless, because it is not in the past. It cannot be, not in the least of all pasts. It burns, fire alight in flame. Mother, you are a child still, at 18, more of a child since you are always ill. They have sheltered you from life. Still you speak the tongue, the mandatory language like the others. It is not your own. Even if it is not, you know you must. You are bilingual. You are trilingual. The tongue that is forbidden is your own mother tongue. You speak in the dark, in the secret, the one that is yours, your own. You speak very softly. You speak in a whisper, in the dark, in secret. Mother tongue is your refuge. It is being home, being who you are, truly. To speak makes you sad, yearning. To utter each word is a privilege you risk by death, not only for you, but for all of you who are one, who by law tongue-tied, forbidden of tongue. You carry at center the mark of the red above and the mark of blue below, heaven and earth, teguk, tai chi. It is the mark of belonging, mark of cause, mark of retrieval, by birth, by death, by blood. You carry the mark in your chest, in your maum, in your spirit heart. You sing. Standing in a shadow, pong sunflower, your form is destitute, long and long inside the summer day, when beautifully flowers bloom, the lovely young virgins will have played in your honor. In truth, this would be the anthem, the national song forbidden to be sung. Birthless and orphan, they take from you your tongue. They take from you the choral hymn, but you say not for long, not for always, not forever. You wait. You know how. You know how to wait. Inside maum, fire alight in flame. From the Misere to Gloria to Magnificat and Sanctus to the antiphonal song, because surely, soon, the answer would come, the response like echo, after the oblations, the offering, the sacrifice, the votive, the devotions, the novenas, the matins, the lauds, the vespers, the vigils, the evensong, the night song, the attendance, the adoration, the veneration, the honor, the invocations, the supplications, the petitions, the recitations, the vows, the immolations, surely all these and more, ceaseless, again, over and over. You know to wait, wait in the Misere, wait in the Gloria, wait in the Magnificat, wait in the Sanctus, for the antiphonal song, antiphonal hymn, the choral answer, in the ebb and tide of echo. They have not forbidden sight to your eyes. You see, you are made to see. You see and you know. For yourself, the eyes have not been condemned. You see in spite of your sight. Let that be a lesson to you. You see farther, farther and farther, beyond what you are made to see and made to see only. You pass the mark even though you say nothing. Everyone who has seen sees farther, even farther than allowed. And you wait, you keep silent, you bide time, time. Single stone laid, indicating the day from sunrise to sundown, filling up time's belly, stone by stone, 365 days multiplied 36 years. Some have been born into it, and some would die into it. The days before the reclamation, your father, your mother, dying while uttering the words, their only regret, not having seen with their very eyes the overthrow, the repelling, the expulsion of the people who have taken you by force, not to have witnessed the purging by sulfur and fire of the house, of the nation. You write, you speak voices hidden, masked, you plant words to the moon, you send word through the wind, through the passing of seasons. By sky and by water the words are given birth from given discretion. From one mouth to another, from one reading to the next, the words are realized in their full meaning. The wind, the dawn or dusk, the clay earth and traveling birds, southbound birds are mouthpieces where the ghost veil for the seed of message. Correspondence, to scatter the words. Mother, you are 18. It is 1940. You have just graduated from a teacher's college. You are going to your first teaching post in a small village in the country. You are required by the government of Manchuria to teach for 3 years in an assigned post to repay the loan they provided for you to attend this teacher's school. You are hardly an adult. You have never left your mother's, father's home. You who are born the youngest of 4 children, always ailing, you have been sheltered from the harshness of daily life, always the youngest of the family, the child. You traveled to this village on the train with your father. You are dressed in Western clothes. At the station, the villagers innocently stare at you, and some follow you, especially the children. It is Sunday. You are the first woman teacher to come to this village in 6 years. A male teacher greets you. He addresses you in Japanese. Japan had already occupied Korea and is attempting the occupation of China. Even in the small village, the signs of their presence is felt by the Japanese language that is being spoken. The Japanese flag is hanging at the entry of the office, and below it, the educational message of the Meiji Emperor framed in purple cloth. It is read at special functions by the principal of the school to all the students.
The teachers speak in Japanese to each other. You are Korean. All the teachers are Korean. You are assigned to teach the first grade. 50 children to your class. They must speak their name in Korean, as well as how they should be called in Japanese. You speak to them in Korean since they are too young yet to speak Japanese. It is February in Manchuria. In this village, you are alone, and your hardships are immense. You are timid and unaccustomed to the daily existence of these village people. Outside the room and board that you can pay, you send the rest of your pay home. You cannot ask for more than millet and barley to eat. You take what is given to you. Always do. Always have. You. Your people. You take the train home. Mother, you call her already from the gate. Mother, you cannot wait. She leaves everything to greet you. She comes and takes you indoors and brings you food to eat. You are home now. Your mother. Your home. Mother, inseparable from which is her identity, her presence. Longing to breathe the same air, her hand, no more a hand than instrument broken, weathered, no death takes them. No death will take them. Mother, I dream you just to be able to see you. Heaven falls nearer in sleep. Mother, my first sound, the first utter, the first concept. It is Sunday afternoon. You must return to the school. Your students are at the station waiting for you. They see you home and bring you food. It is May. It is still cold in Manchuria. You work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday passes. On Friday morning, you do not feel well. Fever and chill possess the body at the same time. You are standing in the sunlight against the tepid wall to warm yourself. You are giving in. To the fall, to the lure behind you, before you, all around you, beneath your skin, the sharp air begins to blow the winds of the body. Dark fires rising to battle for victory. The summoning, the coaxing, the irresistible draw replacing sleep dense with images, condensing them without space in between. No drought to the extensions of spells, words, noise. Music equally out of proportion. You are yielding to them. They are too quick to arrive. You do not know them, never have seen them, but they seek you, inhabit you whole, suspend you airless, spaceless. They force their speech upon you and direct your speech only to them. You are going somewhere. You are somewhere. This stillness, you cannot imagine how. Still, so still all around. Such stillness, it is endless, spacious without the need for verification of space. Nothing moves. Still. There is no struggle. Its own, all its own. No where other. No time other conceivable. Total duration without need for verification of time. You are moving inside the stillness. Its slowness makes almost imperceptible the movement. Pauses hardly rest. New movement, ending only to extend into the next movement. Stops as elongation into the new movement. You say this is how heaven should be. You say this is how it must be death, memoryless, dreamless. Afterwards, the thick, the weight of stillness. You are moving accordingly, never ahead of the movement, never behind the movement. You are carrying the weight from outside, being the weight inside. You move. You are being moved. You are movement. Inseparably, indefinably. Not in syllable terms, none, nothing. You come to a house, enormous in size. There are women standing before the house dressed in costumes made of a strange and beautiful cloth. They are carried in a light breeze faintly lifting above ground as if their bodies wore rings. From the distance, their movements are reduced to make almost clear the movement. To one side of the house, you see a very wide flower bed. There is no end in sight. You pass along it when you come upon a very large hall where an orchestra is playing music. On the other side, some women draped in long silk cloths are dancing. They entrance you, numb you. You watch in awe for what seems to be a very long time. Such calm. You cannot imagine an expression that would describe it. Curiosity pulls you further, and you move towards what looks like a restaurant. There are people very well dressed in not our native costumes and not foreign costumes. You pass them and walk for a long time. From the opposite direction, 3 women are approaching you. Their strange beauty increases with their slow progression towards you. You notice that they each carry a large dish of food. You cannot identify its origin, but it captivates you completely. Their spirit takes your own. You are immobilized. They hold you to their sight and approach even nearer. They smile to you. They say to you, they have prepared this food especially for you. The first one stands facing you and asks you to eat from it. You shake your head in refusal, in spite of its aroma and the beautiful arrangement. Then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil? 2. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward a-hungered. 3. And when the tempter came to him, he said, If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. Ha ha ha. Oh, sorry. 4. But he answered and said, It is written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. The second one offers you from her dish, and you refuse again. You cannot speak. You only shake your head in disagreement. 5. Then the devil taketh him up into the holy city, and setteth him on a pinnacle of the temple. 6. And saith unto him, If thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, He shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hand they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. 7. Jesus said unto him, It is written again, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. The third one says to you, Then you must eat from mine. 8. Again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them, and saith unto him, All these things will I give thee, thou wilt fall down and worship me. 10. Then saith Jesus unto him, Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. 11. Then the devil leaveth him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him. You cannot accept, and the third one pushes you down and says, If you do not eat, you must become a cripple. You fall asleep. Your mother holds your hand, and your father your right hand. Your fingers begin to curl. You ask them to unfold them. You feel on your hands the warm tears from your mother and father. They say when one is about to die, the fingers curl to a close. She has eaten nothing, your father's voice saying, How can she live? Upon hearing this, you ask to eat. They say that the dying ask for food as a last wish. They give you to eat. No more sentence to exile. Mother, no black crows to mourn you. Neither takes you, neither will take you heaven nor hell. They fall too near. You let them fall to each other. You come back to your mother, to your one father.
I write you daily from here. If I am not writing, I am thinking about writing. I am composing, recording movements. You are here, I raise the voice. Particles, bits of sound and noise gathered pick up lint, dust. They might scatter and become invisible. Speech morsels, broken chips of stones, not hollow, not empty. They think that you are one in the same direction addressed. The vast ambient sound hiss between the invisible line distance that this line connects the void and space surrounding entering and exiting. They have not questioned. It is all the same to them. It follows directions. Not yet. They have not learned the route of instruction. To surpass, overtake the hidden even beyond destination. Destination. I have the documents. Documents, proof, evidence, photograph, signature. One day you raise the right hand and you are American. They give you an American passport. The United States of America. Somewhere someone has taken my identity and replaced it with their photograph. The other one, their signature, their seals, their own image. And you learn the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the third, justice, judicial branch. It makes the difference. The rest is past. You return and you are not one of them. They treat you with indifference. All the time you understand what they are saying, but the papers give you away. Every 10 feet, they ask you identity. They comment upon your inability or ability to speak, whether you are telling the truth or not about your nationality. They say you look other than you say, as if you didn't know who you were. You say who you are, but you begin to doubt. They search you. They, the anonymous variety of uniforms, each division, strata, classification, any set of miscellaneous properly uniformed. They have the right, no matter what rank, however low their function, they have the authority. Their authority sewn into the stitches of their costume. Every 10 feet they demand to know who and what you are, who is represented. The eyes gather towards the appropriate proof. Towards the face, then again towards the papers. When did you leave the country? Why did you leave this country? Why are you returning to the country? You see the color, the hue, the same you. See the shape, the form, the same you. See the unchangeable and the unchanged, the same you. Smell, filtered, edited through progress and westernization, the same you. See the numerables and innumerables bonding, overlaid, the same speech, the same. You see the breath, you see the will, you see the breath, you see the out of breath and out of will, but you still see the will. Will and will only espouse this land, this sky, this time, this people. You are one same particle. You leave, you come back to the shell left empty all this time. To claim, to reclaim the space. Into the mouth, the wound, the entry is reverse, and back each organ, artery, gland, pace, element, implanted, housed skin upon skin, membrane, vessel, waters, dams, ducts, canals, bridges. Composition of the body, taking into consideration from conception the soil, seed, amount of light and water necessary, the genealogy. Not a single word allowed to utter until the last station. They ask you to check the baggage. You open your mouth halfway, near tears, nearly saying, I know you, I know you. I have waited to see you for long, this long. They check each article, question you on foreign articles, then dismiss you.
Urania, astronomy, projection. She takes my left arm, tells me to make a fist, then open. Make a fist, then open again. Make the vein appear through the skin blue-green-purple tint to the translucent surface. Pump them open and close. She takes the elastic band and ties it tightly around the left arm. She taps on the flesh, presses against it, her thumb. She removes the elastic to the right arm. Open and close the right hand, fist and palm. She takes the cotton and rubs alcohol lengthwise on the arm several times. The coolness disappears as the liquid begins to evaporate. She takes the needle with its empty body to the skin. No sign of flow. Sample extract. Specimen type. Should it appear? Should it happen to appear all of a sudden? Suddenly begin to flow, begin to collect, begin to spill over, flow, flood, should it happen to. Contents housed in membranes. Stain from within, dispel in drops, in spills. Contents of other recesses seep outward. Too long, enough already. One empty body waiting to contain, conceived for a single purpose and for the purpose only. To contain, made filled, be full. She pulls out the needle and the skin lifts. Should it happen that the near black liquid ink draws the line from point mark gravity, follow inevitably, suddenly, in one line down the arm on the table, in one long spill. Exhale of a spill. It takes her seconds less to break the needle off its body in attempt to collect the loss directly from the wound. Stain begins to absorb the material spilled on. She pushes hard the cotton square against the mark. Stain begins to absorb the material spilled on. Something of the ink that resembles the stain from the interior emptied onto, emptied into, emptied upon the boundary, the surface. More, others, when possible, ever possible, to puncture, to scratch, to imprint. Expel. Ne te cache pas. Révèle-toi. Sang, encre, of its body's extension, of its containment. J'écoutais les signes dans la pluie. J'écoutais. J'ai entendu des paroles vraies ou pas vraies, impossibles à dire. Là, des années après, impossible de distinguer la pluie. Signes, paroles souvenues, déjà dit, vient de dire, va dire, souvenu, malentendu, pas certain. La pluie fait rêver de sons, des pauses, exhalations, des affirmations, toutes les affirmations. Peu à peu, impossible de distinguer les paroles exhalées, affirmées en exhalation, exclamées en inhalation, ne plus distinguer la pluie des rêves ou des souffles. La langue dedans, la bouche dedans, la gorge dedans, le poumon l'organe seul, tout ensemble, un, une. I heard the swans in the rain. I listened to the spoken true or not true, not possible to say. There, years after, no more possible to distinguish the rain, no more which was heard, swans, speech, memory, already said, will just say, having just said, remembered, not quite heard, not certain, heard not at all. Rain dreamed from sounds, the pauses, exhalation, affirmations, all the affirmations, little by little, not possible to distinguish the speech, exhaled, affirmed in exhalation, exclaimed in inhalation, to distinguish no more the rain from dreams or from breaths, tongue inside the mouth, inside the throat, inside the lung, organ alone, the only organ, all assembled as one, just one. Là, plus tard, peu certain si c'était la pluie, la parole, mémoire. Mémoire d'un rêve? Comment cela s'éteint? Comment l'éteindre alors que cela s'éteint? Mordre la langue, avaler profondément, plus profondément, avaler plus encore, jusqu'à ce qu'il n'y aurait plus d'organes, plus d'organes, cris. Peu à peu, les virgules, les points, les pauses, avant et après, tous les avant, tous les après, phrases, paragraphs, silencieux, à peu près des pages et des pages en mouvement, ligne après ligne, vide à gauche, vide à droite, vide de mots, de silence. J'écoutais les signes muets, jamais pareils, absents.
There, later, uncertain if it was the rain, the speech, memory, remembered from dream, how it diminishes itself, how to diminish itself as it dims, to bite the tongue, swallow, deep, deeper, swallow, ever again more, just until there would be no more of organ no more, cries. Little at a time, the commas, the periods, the pauses, before and after, throughout, all advent, all following, sentences, paragraphs, silent, a little nearer, nearer, pages and pages in movement, line after line, void to the left, void to the right, void the words, the silences. I heard the signs, remnants, missing, the mute signs, never the same, absent.
Image seulement, seule image, les signes dans la pluie, j'écoutais. Les paroles ne sont que pluie devenue neige. Vrai ou pas vrai? Impossible à dire. Des années, dizaines, centaines. Après, impossible de distinguer l'entendu, signe, parole, mémoire, déjà dit vient de dire va, dire. Souvenir mal entendu, incertain. La pluie rêve de son, des pauses, exhalations, des affirmations, toutes les affirmations en exhalation. Peu à peu, là, des années après, incertain si la pluie, la parole, souvenue, comment c'était comme si c'était. Mordre la langue, avaler, profondément, plus profondément, avaler, plus encore, jusqu'à ce qu'il n'y aurait plus d'organes. Images only, alone, images. The sign in the rain I listened, the speaking no more than rain having become snow. True or not? True, no longer possible to say. Years and years, 10 upon 10, 100 upon 100, hundreds years after, no longer possible to distinguish. The audible, signs, spoken, memory, which was already said to be, said just to, say will, say going to just say, memory not all heard, not certain. Rain dreams the sounds, the pauses, exhalation, affirmation, all affirmations in exhalation. Little by little, there, then, years after, uncertain if the rain, the speaking, remembered how it had been, as it had been, if it had been. Bite the tongue, between the teeth, swallow deep, deeper, swallow, again, even more, until there would be no more organ. Plus d'organes. Cris. Peu à peu, les virgules, les points, les pauses, avant et après, après avoir été, tout, avant avoir été. Phrases silencieuses, paragraphes silencieux, des pages et des pages à peu près en mouvement, ligne après ligne, vider à gauche, à droite, vider les mots, vider le silence. No organ anymore. Cries, bit by bit, commas, periods, the pauses, before and after having been, all, before having been, phrases, silent, paragraphs, silent, pages and pages, a little nearer to movement, line after line, void to the left, to the right, void the words, void the silence.
one by one, the sounds that move at a time stops, starts again, exceptions, stops and starts again, all but exceptions. Stop, start, starts, contractions, noise, semblance of noise, broken speech, one to one, at a time, cracked tongue, broken tongue, pigeon, semblance of speech, swallows, inhales, stutter, starts, stops before starts, about to, then stops, exhale, swallowed to a sudden arrest, rest without, can do without rests, improper to rest before begun even, probation of rest, without them all, stop, start, where proper pauses were expected, but no more. Melpomene, tragedy. She could be seen sitting in the first few rows. She would be sitting in the first few rows. Closer the better, the more. Better to eliminate presences of others surrounding, better view away from that which is left behind, far away, back behind, more for closer view, more and more, face to face until nothing else sees, only this view singular. All dim, gently, slowly until in the dark, the absolute darkness, the shadows fade. She is stretched out as far as the seat allows, until her neck rests on the back of the seat. She pulls her coat just below her chin, enveloped in one mass, before the moving shades, flickering light through the empty window, length of the gardens, the trees in perfect asymmetry, the correct time beyond the windows, the correct season, the correct forecast. Beyond the empty, the correct setting, immobile, placid, extreme stillness, misplaces nothing, nothing equivalent, irreplaceable, not before, not after. The submission is complete, relinquishes even the vision to immobility, abandons all protests to that which will appear to the sight, about to appear, forecast, break. Break by all means. The illusion that the act of viewing is to make alteration of the visible. The expulsion is immediate. Not 1 second is lost to the replication of the totality. Total severance of the scene. Incision.
April 19th, Seoul, Korea. Dear Mother, 4/19, April 19th, 18 years later. Nothing has changed. We are at a standstill. I speak in another tongue now, a second tongue, a foreign tongue. All this time we have been away, but nothing has changed, a standstill. It is not 6:25, June 25th, 1950. Not today, not this day. There are no bombs as you had described them. They do not fall, their shiny brown metallic backs like insects, one by one after another. The population standing before north, standing before south, for every bird that migrates north, for spring and south, for winter, becomes a metaphor for the longing of return, destination, homeland. No woman with child lifting sandbags, barriers, all during the night for the battles to come. There is no destination other than towards yet another refuge from yet another war. Many generations pass and many deceptions in the sequence, in the chronology toward the destination. You knew it would not be in vain, the 36 years of exile. 36 years multiplied by 365 days. That one day your country would be your own. This day did finally come. The Japanese were defeated in the World War and were making their descent back to their country. As soon as you heard, you followed south. You carried not a single piece, not a photograph, nothing to evoke your memory. Abandoned all to see your nation freed. From another epic, another history. From the missing narrative, from the multitude of narratives missing. From the chronicles, for another telling, for other recitations. Our destination is fixed on the perpetual motion of search, fixed in its perpetual exile. Here at my return in 18 years, the war has not ended. We fight the same war. We are inside the same struggle, seeking the same destination. We are severed in two by an abstract enemy, an invisible enemy under the title of liberators who have conveniently named the severance Civil War, Cold War, stalemate. I am in the same crowd, the same coup, the same revolt. Nothing has changed. I am inside the demonstration. I am locked inside the crowd and carried in its movement. The voices ring, shout, one voice, then many voices. They are waves, they echo. I am moving in the direction, the only direction, with the voices, the only direction. The other movement towards us, it increases steadily. Their direction, their only direction, increases steadily. Our mutual destination toward the other, against the other, move. I feel the tightening of the crowd, body to body. From the voices rising thicker, I hear the break, the single motion, tearing the break, left of me, right of me, the silence of the other direction advance before. They are breaking now, their sounds, not new. You have heard them, so familiar to you now. Could you ever forget them? Not in your dreams. The consequences of the sound, the breaking. The air is made visible with smoke. It grows, spreads without control. We are hidden inside the whiteness, the grayness reduced to parts, reduced to separation. Inside, an arm lifts above the head in deliberate gesture and disappears into the thick white, from which slowly the legs of another, bent at the knee, hit the ground, the entire body on its left side. The stinging, it slices the air. It enters, thus I lose direction. The sky is a haze. Running, the streets emptied. I fell. No one saw me. I walk. Anywhere. In tears. The air stagnant continues to sting. I am crying. The sky, remnant, the gas smoke absorbed the sky. I am crying. The streets covered with chips, bricks, and debris. Because I see the frequent pairs of shoes thrown, sometimes a single pair, among the rocks they had carried. Because I cry, wail, torn shirt, lying, I step among them, no trace of them except for the blood. Because, step among them, the blood that will not erase with the rain on the pavement, that was walked upon like the stones where they fell, had fallen. Because, remain dark the stains not wash away. Because, I follow the crying crowd, their voices among them, their singing, their voices unceasing, the empty street. There is no surrendering. You are chosen to fail, to be martyred, to shed blood, to set an example, one who has defied, one who has chosen to defy, and was set to be an example, to be martyred, an animal, useless, betrayer to the cause, to the welfare, to peace, to harmony, to progress. It is 1962, 18 years ago, same month, same day, all over again. I am 11 years old, running to the front door. Mother, you are holding my older brother, pleading with him not to go out to the demonstration. You are threatening him. You are begging to him. He has on his school uniform, as all the other students representing their schools in the demonstration. You are pulling at him. You stand before the door. He argues with you. He pushes you away. You use all your force, all that you have. He is prepared to join the student demonstration outside. You can hear the gunshots. They are directed at anyone. Coming home from school, there are cries in all the streets, the mounting of shouts from every direction, from the crowds arm in arm. The students, I saw them, older than us, men and women held to each other. They walk into the others who wait in their uniforms. Their shouts reach a crescendo as they approach nearer to the other side. Cries resisting, cries to move forward. Orders, permission to use force against the students have been dispatched, to be caught and beaten with sticks, and for others shot, remasked, and carried off. They fall, they bleed, they die. They are thrown into gas, into the crowd, to be squelched. The police, the soldiers, anonymous, they duplicate themselves, multiply in number, invincible. They execute their role. Further than their home, further than their mother, father, their brother, sister, further than their children is the execution of their role, their given identity, further than their own line of blood. You do not want to lose him, my brother, to be killed as the many others by now. Already, you understand, you plead. All the same, they are killing everyone. You withstand his strength. You call me to run to Uncle's house and call the tutor. Run, run hard. Out the gate, turn the corner, all downhill to reach Uncle's house. I know the 2 German shepherd dogs would be guarding, one at each side, chained to their house. They drag behind them, barking. I must brave them, close my eyes and run between them. I call the tutor from the yard, above the sounds of the dogs barking. Several students look out of the windows. They are in hiding from the street, from their homes where they are being searched for. We run back to the house. The tutor is ahead of me. When I enter the house, the tutor is standing in front of him. You cannot go out, he says. You cannot join the demo. Demo. A word, 2 sounds. Are you insane? The tutor tells him. They are killing any student in uniform. Anybody. What will you defend yourself with, he asks. You, my brother. You protest your cause. You say you are willing to die. Dying is part of it, if it must be. He hits you. The tutor slaps you, and your face turns red. You stand silently against the door. Your head falls. My brother, you are all the rest. All the others are you. You fell. You died. You gave your life. That day, it rained. It rained for several days. It rained more and more times. After it was all over, you were heard, your victory mixed with the rain falling from the sky for many days afterwards. I heard that the rain does not erase the blood fallen on the ground. I heard from the adults, the blood stains still. Year after year it rained. The stone pavement stained where you fell, still remains dark.
Eroto love poetry. She is entering now, between the two white columns, white and stone, abrasive to the touch, abrasive, worn. With the right hand she pulls the two doors, brass bars that open towards her. The doors close behind her. She purchases the ticket, a blue one. She stands online and waits. The time is 6:35 p.m. She turns her head exactly to the left. The long hand is on the 6 and the short hand is on the 7. She hands her ticket to the usher and climbs 3 steps into the room. The whiteness of the screen takes her backwards almost half a step. Then she proceeds again to the front, near front, close to the screen. She takes the 4th seat from the left, the utmost center of the room. She sees on her left the other woman, the same woman in her place as the day before. She enters the screen from the left, before the titles fading in and fading out. The white subtitles on the black background continue across the bottom of the screen. The titles and names in black appear from the upper right-hand corner, each letter moving downwards onto the whiteness of the screen. She is drawn to the white, then the black. In the whiteness, the shadows move across, dark shapes and dark light. Columns, white, stone, abrasive and worn. Whiteness of the screen takes her backwards. Drawn to the white, then the black. The shadows moving across the whiteness, dark shapes and dark light. Extreme close-up shot of her face. Medium long shot of 2 out of the 5 white columns from the street. She enters from the left side. The camera begins to pan on movement as she enters between the 2 columns. The camera stops at the door and she enters. Medium close-up shot of her left side as she purchases the ticket, her full figure from head to foot. Camera holds for 1/10 of a second. The camera is now behind her. She is at the end of the queue. Long shot. Cut to medium close-up shot of her from the back. She turns her head sharply to the left. Cut. The clock in extreme close-up. Same shot of her head turning back. She leaves the camera. The other faces enter, of the others in line, and camera is stationary for a brief 1/10 of a second. Close-up shot of her feet from the back on the 3 steps leading into the theater. Camera following her from the back. She stops. Her left foot lifts back half a step, then resumes. Camera is stationary. Tilts upward and remains stationary. Pans to the right while zooming out, the entire theater in view. The theater is empty. She is turning right into the aisle and moving forward. She selects a row near the front, 4th seat from the left, and sits. Medium close-up, directly from behind her head. She turns her head to the left, on her profile. Camera pans left and remains still at the profile of another woman seated. Camera pans back to the right. She turns her head to the front. The screen fades to white. Mouth moving, incessant, precise, forms the words heard, moves from the mouth to the ear, with the hand placed across on the other's lips moving, form. One expects her to be beautiful. The title which carries her name is not one that would make her anonymous or plain. The portrait of. One seems to be able to see her. One imagines her already before the title. She's not seen right away. Her image, yet anonymous, suspends in one's mind. With the music on the soundtrack, you are prepared for her entrance, more and more. You are shown the house in which she lives from the outside. Then you, as a viewer and guest, enter the house. It is you who are entering to see her. Her portrait is seen through her things that are hers. The arrangement of her house is spare, delicate, subtly accentuating the words. She forms the words with her mouth, as the other utter across from her. She shapes her lips accordingly. Gently she blows whos and whys and whats. On verra, O-N. Verra. Ver-a. On verra. See. See. She hears, we will see. If we will have to see if, would we wait to see? We would have to wait to see, wait and see. If, for a second time, for another time, for the other overlapping time, too fast, slow your pace, please. Slower, much slower, for me to follow. Doucement. Lentement. Softly and slowly. For a second time. For another time. 2 times. Together. Twofold. Again and again. Separately, together. Different place. Same times. Same day. Same year. Delays by hours. By night and day. At the same time. To the time. Twice. At the same hour. Same time. All the same time. At the time. On time. Always the time. Rather, the space, not the objects that fill the space. Her movements are already punctuated by the movements of the camera, her pace, her time, her rhythm. You move from the same distance as the visitor, with the same awe, same reticence, the same anticipation. Stationary on the light, never still on her bathwater, then slowly moving from room to room through the same lean and open spaces. Her dress hangs on the door. The cloth is of a light background, revealing the surface with the landscape stained with the slightest of hue. Her portrait is not represented in a still photograph nor in a painting. All along you see her without actually seeing, actually having seen her. You do not see her yet. For the moment you only see her traces.
Letter of invitation to the wedding of Sister Therese of the Child Jesus and the Holy Face. God Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, sovereign ruler of the universe, the most glorious Virgin Mary, Queen of the heavenly court, announce to you the spiritual espousal of their august Son, Jesus, King of kings, and Lord of lords, with little Therese Martin, now princess and lady of his kingdoms of the holy childhood and the passion, assigned to her in dowry by her divine spouse, from which kingdom she holds her title of nobility, of the child Jesus and the holy face. Monsieur Louis Martin, proprietor and master of the domains of suffering and humiliation, and Madame Martin, princess and lady of honor of the heavenly court, wish to have you take part in the marriage of. Until then, the others relay her story. She is married to her husband, who is unfaithful to her. No reason is given. No reason is necessary except that he is a man. It is a given. He is the husband, and she's the wife. He's the man, she's the wife. It is a given. He does as he is the man. She does as she is the woman and the wife. Stands the distance between the husband and wife, the distance of heaven and hell. The husband is seen, entering the house, shouting her name, calling her name. You find her for the first time as he enters the room, calling her. You only hear him taunting and humiliating her. She kneels beside him, putting on his clothes for him. She takes her place. It is given. It is the night of her father's wake. She is in mourning. Their daughter, Therese, with Jesus, the Word of God, the second person of the adorable Trinity, who through the operation of the Holy Spirit was made man and son of Mary, Queen of Heaven. Being unable to invite you to the nuptial blessing which was given on Mount Carmel, September 8, 1990, the heavenly court alone was admitted. You are nevertheless asked to be present at the return from the wedding, which will take place tomorrow, the day of eternity, on which day Jesus, Son of God, will come on the clouds of heaven in the splendor of his majesty to judge the living and the dead. The hour being as yet uncertain, you are invited to hold yourself in readiness and watch. Her marriage to him, her husband, her love for him, her husband, her duty to him, her husband. Still the apprenticeship of the wife to her husband. He leaves the room. She falls to the floor. Your eyes move to the garden where water is dripping into the stone well from the bark of a tree. And you need not see her cry. She moves slowly. Her movements are made gradual, dual, made to extend from inside her. The woman, her, the wife, her walk weighted full to the ground. Stillness that follows when she closes the door. She cannot disturb the atmosphere, the space where she might sit, when she might. She moves in its pauses. She yields space, and in her speech, the same. Hardly speaks. Hardly at all. The slowness of her speech when she does. Her tears, her speech. She climbs the steps slowly. While she climbs, the lake changes from the lake at dawn, the lake at day, the lake at dusk, the lake at moonlight. The time passing over the lake, the time it takes her to climb the steps. I still cannot understand why women are so easily excommunicated in Italy. For every minute someone was saying, "Don't enter here, don't enter there, you will be excommunicated." Ah, poor woman, how they are misunderstood. And yet they love God in much larger numbers than men do. And during the Passion of our Lord, woman had more courage than the apostles, since they braved the insults of the soldiers and dared to dry the adorable face of Jesus. He allows misunderstanding to be their lot on earth, since he chose it for himself. In heaven, he will show that his thoughts are not man's thoughts, for then the last will be first.
Upon seeing her, you know how it was for her. You know how it might have been. You recline, you lapse, you fall, you see before you what you've seen before. Repeated, without your even knowing it. It is you standing there. It is you waiting outside in the summer day. It is you waiting and knowing to wait. How to wait. It is you walking a few steps before the man who walks behind you. It is you in the silence through the pines, the hills, who walks exactly 3 steps behind her. It is you in the silence, his silence all around, the unspoken, the unheard, the apprenticeship to silence. Observed for so long and not ending, not immediately, not soon, continuing, contained, muteness, speechlessness. It is you who know how to hear it in the music so late in the night. Then it becomes you, the man, her companion, the live-in student accompanying her to school how many times as a young girl. It is you who hears his music for her while she sleeps. It is you sitting behind him, looking at the moon, the clouds, the lake shimmering. You are she speaks you, you speak her, she cannot speak. She goes to the piano while he plays. You know that he cannot speak either. The muteness, the void muteness, void after uttering, of each phrase, of each word, all but punctuation pauses, void after uttering of each phrase, of each word, all but punctuation pauses. They do not touch. It is not like that. The touching made so easy, the space filled, full with touch, the entire screen, to make the sequences move, in close-up, to fabricate the response, so soon, too immediate, to make fully evident the object, the touch, making void the reticence of space, the inner residence of space. Not this one. It's not like that. He plays the piano, his own composition, as he would on the ancient string instrument. Abstract, but familiar to you. Ancient and familiar. You think you have seen this before, somewhere else. In Gertrude, it is her, with her elbows on the piano. It is you seeing her suspended in a white mist, in layers of memory, in layers of forgetting, increasing the density of mist, the opaque light fading it into absence, the object of memory. You look through the window, and the music fills and breaks the entire screen from somewhere else, from elsewhere. You know how it was. Same for her. She would do the same. She would sit at the piano as her sadness grew in her breath, without any destination. She would set before each note until the music would induce her, and she would acquiesce. From the other room, you knew, as she would begin playing. You walk inside the room, you sit behind her, you knew the music. Which ones? Mother, you who take the child from your back to your breast, you who unbear your breast to the child, her hunger is your own, the child takes away your pain with her nourishment. Mother, you who take the husband from your back to your breast, you who unbear your breast, the husband, his hunger, your own, the husband takes away your pain with his nourishment. She asks if you want to sing a song, and you move next to her on the bench, and you sing for her as she plays for you. Perhaps she loved him, her husband. Perhaps after all she did. Perhaps in the beginning it was not this way. In the beginning it was different. Perhaps she loved him in spite of the arrangement that she would become his wife, a stranger to her, the one that she should espouse. Decided for her, now she would belong to him. Perhaps she learned to love him. Perhaps it was never a question. It was given. She took whatever he would give her because he gave her so little. She took them without previous knowledge of how it was supposed to be, She deserved so little, being wife, how it had been, being. I'm only a child, powerless and weak, yet it is my weakness that gives me the boldness of offering myself as victim of your love. O Jesus, in times past, victims, pure and spotless, were the only ones accepted by the strong and powerful God. To satisfy divine justice, perfect victims were necessary, but the law of love has succeeded to the law of fear. And love has chosen me as a holocaust, me, a weak and imperfect creature. This is not this choice worthy of love. Yes, in order that love be fully satisfied, it is necessary that it lower itself, and that it lower itself to nothingness and transform this nothingness into fire. O Jesus, I know it. Love is repaid by love alone. And so I searched and I found the way to solace my heart by giving you love for love. Woman, never to question, never to expect, but the given, only the given. She was his wife, his possession. She belonged to him, her husband, the man who claimed her, and she could not refuse. Perhaps that's how it was. That was how it was then. Perhaps now. It is the husband who touches, not as husband. He touches her as he touches all the others. But he touches her with his rank, by his knowledge of his own rank, by the claim of his rank. Gratuity is her body, her spirit, her non-body, her non-entity. His privileged possession, his claim. Infallible is his ownership, imbues with mockery at her refusal of him. But her very being that dares to name herself as if she possesses a will, her own. One morning, the next morning, it does not matter. So many mornings have passed this way. But this one, especially, the white mist rising everywhere, constant gathering and dispersing. This is how it fills the screen. Already there are folds remnant from the previous foldings, now leaving a mark. This cloth.
She forgets. She tries to forget. For the moment. For the duration of these moments. She opens the cloth again. White. Whitest of beige. In the whiteness, subtle hues outlining phoenix from below phoenix, from above facing each other in the weave barely appearing, disappearing into the whiteness. Once in certain mind to prepare a quilt, now left unattended to some future time. Its purpose having been expended, she opens it, spreads it again, as if following a habitual gesture. She looks at it once more with a vague uneasiness, as though she was missing a part to this very gesture that she could not remember. It stings her inside, all sudden, summons, move, to simply move, her body, renounce no more the will inhabiting her, complete. She changes her dress, shed to the ground, left as it fell. She moves now, quickly. You trace her steps just after, as soon as she leaves the frame. She leaves them empty. You are following her, inside the mist. Close. She is buried there. You lose her. It occurs to you, her name, suddenly. Snow. The mist envelops her. She appears from it, far, on top of the hill. You have seen her there many times. The lake she has visited often. The lake behind her on her steps. The waiter comes out to greet her. He says how early she is this morning. She says she came to see the lake. He says he will bring her tea. Everything is seen from above, very far above. The two figures inside the mist, mass shifting in constant motion. You are made to follow the waiter inside while he prepares tea, made to wait with him, and when you return with him, you find her gone. the white table, the 2 white chairs, the waiter in his white jacket, the mist thick and rising, very far, above. Again, from above, the waiter inside the large white corners, running back and forth, calling her name. Hardly visible, the corners. The smallest act of pure love is of more value to her than all other works together. Martyrdom was the dream of my youth, and this dream has grown with me within Carmel's cloisters. But here again, I feel that my dream is a folly, for I cannot confine myself to desiring one kind of martyrdom. To satisfy me, I need all. Like you, my adorable spouse, I would be scourged and crucified. I would die, flayed like Saint Bartholomew. I would be plunged into boiling oil like Saint John. I would undergo all the tortures inflicted upon the martyrs. With Saint Agnes and Saint Cecilia, I would present my neck to the sword. And like Joan of Arc, my dear sister, I'd whisper at the stake your name, "Oh, Jesus." It had been snowing during the while. Interval, recess, pause. It snowed, the name, the term, the noun. It had snowed, the verb, the predicate, the act of, fell. Luminescent substance, more so in black night, inwardly lucent, more, so much so that its entry closes the eyes. Interim, briefly. In the enclosed darkness, memory is fugitive, of white, mist offers to snow self. In the weightless slow, all the time it takes, long ages, precedes time, pronounces it alone on its own while. In the whiteness. No distinction, her body invariable. No dissonance. Synonymous, her body all the time decomposes, eclipses to become yours.
Elitare, lyric, poetry. Dead time, hollow depression interred, invalid to resurgence, resistant to memory. Waits, appel, appellation, excavation. Let the one who is diseuse de bonne aventure, let her call forth. Let her break open the spell, cast upon time, again and again. With her voice, penetrate earth's floor, the walls of Tartarus to circle and scratch the bowl's surface. Let the sound enter from without, the bowl's hollow, its sleep, until. Aller, retour. Day recedes to darkness, day seen through the veil of night. Translucent gray film cast between daylight and dark, dissolving sky to lavender, to mauve, to white, until night overcomes. Hardly a murmur between dark and night. Suspend return of those who part with rooms, while shadows ascent, then equally fade. Suspension of the secret in abandoned rooms, passing of secret unknown to those who part, day receding to dark. Remove light, remove sounds too far, to farther. Absence full, absence glow. Bowls left as they are, fruit as they are. Water in glass as beads rise to the rim. Radiant in its immobility of silence, as night reveals the day. Qu'est-ce qu'on a vu? Cette vue, qu'est-ce qu'on a vu? Enfin, vue cette vue. Qu'est-ce que cet enfin? Enfin, vu, tout vu, finalement, encore, immédiat, vu, tout ce temps, over and over, again and again. Vu et vidé, vidé de vue, dedans, dehors, comme si c'était jamais, comme si c'était vu pour la première fois. C'était le passé, on est dessus, on était dessus la vue, du dehors, du dedans vitrail, opaque, ne reflète jamais, conséquemment suivant la vue absente, which had ceased to appear. Already it has been without ever occurring to itself that it should remember. Sustain a view upon itself, recurring upon itself without the knowledge of its absent view. The other side must have been aside from what has one seen, this view, what has one viewed. Finally, view, this view, what is it finally? Finally, seen, all, seen, finally, again, immediate, seen, all the time, over and over, again and again, seen and void of view. Inside, outside, as if never, as if it was seen for the first time. It was the past. One is deceived. One was deceived of the view outside, inside, stained glass, opaque, reflects never, consequently following the absent view, which had ceased to appear. Already it has been without ever. That, all aside, from then, point by point, updated the view, absent all the same, hidden, forbidden, either side of the view, side upon side, that which indicates the interior and exterior, inside, outside, glass, drape, lace, curtain, blinds, gauze, veil, voile, voile de mariée, voile de religieuse, shade, shelter, shield, shadow, mist, covert, screen, screen door, screen gate, smoke screen, concealment, eye shade, eye shield, opaque, silk, gauze, filter, frost, to void, to drain, to exhaust, to eviscerate, to gut, glazing, stained glass, glassy vitrification. What has one seen? This view, this which is seen housed thus behind the veil of secrecy, under the rose à la dérobée, beyond the veil, voce velata, veiled voice, under breath, murmuration, render mute, strike dumb, voiceless, tongueless. Allez, discard every memory of, even before they could, surge themselves, forgotten so easily, not even as associations, signatures in passage, pulled by the very root, the very possible vagueness they may evoke. Colors faintly dust against your vision. Erase them. Make them again white. You ray dust. You fade. Even before they start to take hue, until transparent. Into the white they vanish, white where they might impress a different hue, a shadow. Touch into shadow, slight, then return. A new shape enter again into deeper shadow, becoming full in its mold. Release the excess air, release the space between the shape and the mold. Now formless, no more a mold. Make numb some vision, some word, some part, resembling part, something else. Pretend not to see, pretend not having seen the part, that part, the only part. Too clear was all of it, was the first to be seen, but pretend it wasn't. Nothing at all. It seemed to resemble, but it wasn't. Start the next line. Might have been. Wanted to see it. Might have been. Wanted to have seen it. To have it happen. To have it happen before. All of it. Unexpected and then there. All over. Each part. Every part. One at a time. One by one. And missing none. Nothing. Forgetting nothing. Leaving out nothing. But pretend. Go to the next line. Resurrect it all over again. Bit by bit. Reconstructing step by step. Step. Within limits. Enclosed, absolutely shut, tight. Black. Without leaks. Within those limits, resurrect, as much as possible, possibly could hold, possibly ever hold, a segment of it. Segment by segment. Segmented. Sequence. Narrative. Variation on make-believe. Secrete saliva, the words. Saliva, secrete the words. Secretion of words, flow, liquid, form. Salivate the words. Give light, fuel, and flame. Dimly at first, then increase just a little more volume, then a little more. Take it no further. Shut it off to the limit before too late, before too soon to be taken away. Something all along a germ, all along a new, sprouting hair of a root. Something takes only one to start. Say so, and it would be the word. Induce it to speak, to take it takes. Secrete saliva the words. Saliva secrete the words. Secretion of words, flow, liquid form. Salivate the words. Dead gods, forgotten, obsolete, past dust the exposed layer and reveal the unfathomable well beneath. Dead time, dead gods, sediment turned stone. Let the one who is Dizuz dust breathe away the distance of the well. Let the one who is Dizuz again sit upon the stone 9 days and 9 nights, thus making stand again Eleusis. Retour. What of the partition? Fine grained sanded velvet wood, and between the frames the pale sheet of paper, dipped by hand over and over from the immobile water, seemingly stagnant. By the swaying motion of 2 hands by 2, enter it back and forth, the layers of film at the motion of 100 strokes. Stands the partition absorbing the light, illuminating it, then filtering it through. Caught in its light, you would be cast. Inside, depending on the time of day, darkness glows inside it. More as dusk comes. A single atmosphere breaks within it. Takes from this moment the details that call themselves the present. Breaking loose all associations to the very memory that had remained. The memory stain attaches itself and darkens on the pale, formless sheet, a hole increasing its size larger and larger until it assimilates the boundaries and becomes itself formless. All memory occupies the entire. Further and further inside the certitude of absence. Elsewhere, other than, succession of occurrences before the partition. Away for the brief, unaccountable minutes in its clouding, in its erasing of the present, to yield and yield wholly to abandon without realizing even the depth of abandon. You read, you mouth the transformed object across from you in its new state, other than what it had been. The screen absorbs and filters the light, dimming all the while without resistance at the obvious transformation before the very sight. The white turns transparent, immaterial. If words are to be uttered, they would be from behind the partition. Unaccountable is distance, time to transport from this present minute. If words are to be sounded, impressed through the partition in ever slight measure to the other side, the other signature, the other hearing, the other speech, the other grasp. Ever since the whiteness, it retains itself white, unsurpassing, absent of hue, absolute, utmost pure, unattainably pure. If within its white shadow shroud all stain should vanish, all past, all memory of having been cast, left through the absolution and power of these words, covering, draping, clothing, sheathe, shroud, superimpose, overlay, screen, conceal, ambush, disguise, cache, mask, veil, obscure, cloud, shade, eclipse, covert. Dead words, dead tongue from disuse, buried in time's memory, unemployed, unspoken, history, past. Let the one who is diseuse, one who is mother, who waits 9 days and 9 nights, be found. Restore memory. Let the one who is diseuse, one who is daughter, restore spring with her each appearance from beneath the earth. The ink spills thickest before it runs dry, before it stops writing at all.
Thalia, comedy. She decides to take the call, takes it at once. Her voice is as if she holds the receiver for the very first time. This foreign instrument that carries the very sounds to the words, the very words. From when the call is announced to her to the moment she picks up the receiver, she does not think. She hears the ringing and the call is announced. She walks to it, picks it up, but she has not had the time to think. All had been prepared. All had been rehearsed beforehand. To the pause over and over in her mind, the brief pause in the beginning before she would say, yes. Each phrase according to its physical impact, its notable effect once pronounced to the accentuation of certain articles to highlight the very objects that follow them. The voice would reach a crescendo. Pause. Begin again in a barely audible whisper, with either coughing or choking at the throat. Rarely audible. Inaudible, hardly audible at all, reduced to a moan, a hum, staccato inhalation, and finally a wail she cannot contain any longer. Muffled through her door upstairs, through another door. She is the first to announce her arrival. Voice of anticipation. She wishes that it would metamorphose the other. The voice alone, by its force, by its pleading, by some inexplicable power of wishing hard enough. She wishes that this person would be metamorphosed back into the person that was previously. She prays, invents, if it is necessary. It took less time for her to realize that there would be no magical shifting. It didn't matter anymore. She wanted to abolish it quickly, the formula, the ritual. All too quickly, the form and the skin that resembles a past, any past. With this, there would be no more rehearsals, no more memorization. No end in sight, no ending, and not a satisfactory one that might appease. If to appease was too much to ask for, then soothe, painless, at least numb, to keep the pain from translating itself into memory. She begins each time by charting every moment, the date, the time of day, the weather, a brief notation on the events that have occurred or that are to come. She begins each time with this ablution, as if this act would release her from the very antiphony to follow. She begins the search, the words of equivalence to that of her feeling, or the absence of it. Synonym, simile, metaphor, byword, by name, ghost word, phantom nation. In documenting the map of her journey. The extended journey, horizontal in form, in concept, from which a portion has been severed without the evidence of a mark, even except that now it was necessary to comply to the preface, extension to journey. There is no future, only the onslaught of time, unaccountable, vacuous and amorphous time, towards which she is expected to move forward, ahead, and somehow bypassing the present. The present redeeming itself through the grace of oblivion. How could she justify it without the visibility of the present? She says to herself, she could displace real time. She says to herself, she could display it before and become its voyeur. She says to herself that death would never come. Could not possibly. She knowing, too, that there was no displacing death. There was no overcoming without the actual dying. She says to herself, if she were able to write, she could continue to live. Says to herself, if she would write without ceasing. To herself, if by writing she could abolish real time, she would live. If she could display it before her and become its voyeur.
Memory. The line could be longer, enough to observe the woman. One might say that she was crazy, that in her eyes either once doomed or more, her pupils floating upward in the vast white, her eyes fixed without a single blink on the profile next to hers, younger than a child, more helpless than a child, without the pride of a child even, they speak the truth of folly, folly's truth. Her hand, barely, her forefinger barely climbs down from her hair to her lips crafted by the cold, parted slight. Her forefinger touches the lip skin. As her eyes now close, she might have sighed, she might have moaned. She takes the forefinger on her hand and barely reaches over to the shoulder, the jacket, where the pen is placed inside the pocket. She rests her finger there, just barely. Her mouth moves, her eyes lift, her smile, her begging. If she was begging, she might not have known it. The folly of innocence, the height turned away from her, against her, pays her no mind, is distracted, takes his arm away. From her touch she must let go. Her hand clings to her chest where it's bare, unprotected from the layers of clothing. She moans unutterable language. She cries the folly, her pleading shame. Less in public, take me, open me, take me now, the child, less than child. She's standing at the doorway. Now she's left to wait at the gate entry outside. The man has disappeared. She caresses the door. She leans against the door as she would. Her back against the day, the folly. From under clothing, cotton briefs, stockings, brassiere slip over progressively outward to external garments, adjoining days before appearance, the finale. The bride of white, 3 consecutive with each appearance before the more white, whiter marking virginity in waiting to leap in a single day's time to bridehood, to wife, once woman in waiting. Bride to be at once powered, dusted skin, scent upon scent, the bathing, the dusting, the layering of bottled perfumes, gardenia, odorless gladiolas, white chrysanthemums, white scents against white sheets to bleed upon, entwined cloth, white heat, white mist, haze drizzled down thickness, white liquids to mingle, foam retiring against poles, prolonging the climax too long, prepared against the descent too soon to follow. Virginity that misses, virginity consecrated, already elsewhere. It would not be unforgettable. It would be most memorable of all, from anything that is past to anything ever to follow. It would be reconciled in this,
compensation for the absolute unattainable she-memory of own birth and own death. At the fulcrum, at which point in one's own time flashbacks are possible, an anticipation of the event that occurs once and only once. Imagination harbors the desire of the object to unlimited repetition at each point from the beginning to the middle to the end, rehearses the desire repeatedly in preparation of the final performance. Narrative shifts, discovers variation, each observance prisoner of yet another observance. The illusion of variation hidden in yet another odor, yet another shrouding disguised, superimposed upon the nakedness, nakedness as ordinary, as common with all nakedness of all others before and all others to come. Like birth, like death, unlike birth, unlike death, this redeemed through a future and a past, through own memory, and presumes a separate conclusion.
Terpsichore, choral dance. You remain dismembered with the belief that magnolia blooms white, even on seemingly dead branches, and you wait. You remain apart from the congregation. You wait when you think it is conceiving you, wait it to seed. You think you can see through the dark earth, the beginning of a root, the air entering with the water being poured. Dark earth, harboring dark, taken for granted, the silence, and the dark, the conception seedling. Chase the silence, and the dark, the conception seedling. Chaste, you wait, you are supposed to. You are to wait for the silence to break you. Wait for the implanting of some dark silence, same constant as a field, distant and close at the same time. All around, sound far and near at the same time. You shiver someplace in between one of the dandelion seedling. Vague air, shivering just before the entire flower to burst and scatter without designated time, even before its own realization of the act. No premonition, not preparation. All of a sudden, without warning, no holding back, no retreat, no second thought forward, backward. There and that and not there, remass and disperse, convene and scatter. Does not move, not a sound, none, no sound, do not move. Inside the atmosphere, no access is given to sight, invisible and hueless, even, still, the thickness of the air weighs, weight upon weight, still, heavy, inert is duration without the knowledge of its enduring. Does not wait, no weight. It has not the knowledge of weight, knows not how to, affords no penetration, hence no depth, no disruption, hence no time, no weight, hence no distance, full, uttermost full, can contain no longer, for shadows the fullness, still, silence, within moments of the eclipse, inside the eclipse, both fulmination and concealment of light, imminent crossing, face to face, moon becomes the sun pronounces. All this time. To pronounce without prescribing purpose, it prescribes nothing. The time thought to have fixed, dead, reveals the very rate of the very movement, velocity, lentitude of its own larger time. Withholds brilliance as the evanescent light of a dark pearl, shown internally, as the light of the eclipse, both disparition, both radiance, mercurial light, nacris, no matter, not the cloister of the shell, luminous all the same, waits the hour to break, then break. For now, nothing enters, still, no addition to the fullness, grows without accumulation, augments without increase, abundance, plenitude without gain. Further inside, further than, to middle, deeper, without measure, deeper than, without means of measure, to core, in another tongue, same word, slight mutation of the same, undefinable, shift slightly, into a different sound, the difference, how it discloses the air, slight, another word, same. Parts of the same atmosphere, deeper. Center, without distance, no particular distance from center to periphery. Points of measure effaced to begin there in media res. Do not move. Not a sound, none, no sound. Carrier, you hold in the palm of your hand the silver white spirit, the luster mass quiver and fall away from the center. One by one, sound. Give up the sound. Replace the sound with voice. At a time, stops, returns to rest again in the center of your palm. You turn the seasons by the directions, south, north, west, east, your palm a silver pool of liquid, then as the seasons choose, affix as stone in blue metal ice. At times, start again, noise, semblance of noise, speech perhaps, broken, one by one, at a time, broken tongue, pigeon tongue, semblance of speech. You seek the night that you may render the air pure, distillation extending breath to its utmost pure, its first exhale at dawn to be collected. In the recesses of the leaves is an inlet of dew, clearest tears. You stow them before their fall by their own weight. You stand a column of white luster atoned with tears, restored in breath. Maimed, accident, stutters, almost a name, half a name, almost a place, starts, about to, then stops. Exhale swallowed to a sudden arrest, pauses. How vast this page, stillness, the page, without, can do without rest. Pause. Without them, all, stop, start.
Earth is dark, darker. Earth is a blue-black stone upon which moisture settles evenly, flawlessly. Dust the stone with a fine powder. Earth is dark, a blue-black substance. Moisture and dust rise in a mist. Veil of dust, smoke between sky and earth's boundaries. In black darkness, pale, luminant band of haze. You induce the stone by offering exchange of your own flesh. Cry, supplication, wail, resound song to the god to barter you, your sight. For the lenience, make lenient the immobility of sediment, entreat with prayer to the god his eloquence, to conduct to stone, thawing of the knotted flesh, your speech as ransom. You crumple and sift by each handful the last enduring particle. Hands buried to earth dissolve to same dust, and you wait. Still, having bartered away your form, now you are formless, blind, mute,
given to stillness, to whiteness, only too still, waiting, scribe, diving, in whiteness beyond matter, sight, speech. Cling more at the sight of, at last in sight at last, cleared for the sighting. So clear, cling so fast, cling fast at the sight, clearer and clearer. Hours, day, sheet by sheet, one pile, next pile, then the next. From one pile to the next pile, one sheet below the crack of closed door, slide piled up on the other side, no overlapping. One at a time, one sheet, end in sight, with accumulation, without prosper. Earth is made porous. Earth heeds inward, inception in darkness. In the blue-black body commences lument. Like firefly, a slow rhythmic relume to yet another and another opening. The name, half a name, past, half past, forgotten word leaving out a word, letter, letter by letter to the letter. Open to the view, come forth, witness bound to no length, no width, no depth. Witness sees that which contains the witness in its view. Pale light cast inside the thin smoke blowing, then all around. No matter how sparse the emission, each subtle ascent is bared before the surrounding black screen, then extinguish. Emerge, look forth, the succession of colors, filtered beforehand to utmost, pure, true, stark, foreboding. Red as never been, bled to crimson, trembling with its entire, the knowledge of the given time, given the mark of bloom, its duration, abiding, not more, not less. The color that already was, always was before its exhibition into sight. Being broken, speaking broken, saying broken, talk broken, say broken, broken speech, pigeon tongue, broken word, before speak, as being said, as spoken, to be said, to say, then speak. Immaterial now and formless, having surrendered to dissolution limb by limb, all parts that compose a body. Liquid and marrow once swelled the muscle and bone. Blood made freely the passages through innumerable entries. All give willingly to exile. From the introit, preparation is made for communion when the inhabitation should occur of this body by the other body, the larger body. Stands now an empty column of artery, of vein, fixed in stone, void of wing, void of hands, feet. It continues this way. It should, with nothing to alter or break the fullness, nothing exterior to impose upon the plenitude of this void. It remains thus for a time. Then, without a visible mark of transition, it takes the identity of a duration. It stays. All chronology lost, indecipherable, the passage of time until it is forgotten. Forgotten how it stays, how it endures. A new sign of moisture appears in the barren column that had congealed to stone, floods the stone from within, collects water as to a mare, layering first the very bottom. From stone, a single stone, column, carved on one stone, the labor of figures, the labor of tongues, inscribed to stone, the labor of voices. Water inhabits the stone, conducts absorption of implantation from the exterior. In tones, the inscriptions resonate, the atmosphere of the column, repeating over the same sounds, distinct words, other melodies, whole, suspended between song and speech in still the silence. Water on the surface of the stone captures the light in motion and appeals for entry. All is entreat to stir inside the mass weight of the stone. Render voices to meet the weight of stone with weight of voices. Muted colors appear from the transparency of the white and wash the stone's periphery, staining the hueless stone wall. For the next phase, next to last, before completing. Draw from stains the pigment as it spills from within. Within each repetition, extract even darker the stain until it falls in a single stroke of color, crimson, red, as a flame caught in air for its sustenance. Stone to pigment, stone, wall, page to stone, water, tincture, blood. All rise at once, one by one, voices absorbed into the bowl of sound. Rise voices shifting upwards, circling the bowl's hollow. In deep metal voice spiraling upwards to pools, no visible light lighter, no audible higher, quicken shiver the air in pools waves to raise all else, where all memory, all echo.
She remembered that she had once drank from this well, a young woman was dipping into the well all alone and filling 2 large jars that stood beside her. She remembered that she had walked very far. It had been a good distance to the village well. It was summer. The sun became brighter at an earlier hour, the temperature soaring quickly, almost at once. Her mother had given her a white kerchief to wear on her head to avoid the strong rays, and a lightly woven smock, which was also white. The heat rises from the earth, diminishing the clear delineations of the road. The dust haze lingers between earth and sky and forms an opaque screen. The landscape exists inside the screen, on the other side of it and beyond. From a distance, the figure outlines the movement, its economy, without extraneous motion from the well to the jar. The repetition of lowering the bucket into the well, an adept gesture that comes to her without a thought given to it. She performs it with precision and speed. She, too, was wearing a white kerchief around her thick black hair, braided in a single knot down to her back, which swung forward when she leaned against the well. She wore an apron over the skirt, which she had gathered and tied to keep it from the water. Approaching the well, the sound becomes audible. The wooden bucket hitting the sides echoes inside the well before it falls into the water. Earth is hollow beneath. She did not look up at the young girl standing still before her. She saw her walking towards the well in slow paces, holding in her left hand a small white bundle. Upon reaching the well, she stopped still, no longer forced to pursue her pace. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then without a word, searched for a shaded area and sat down. The proximity of the well seemed to cool her. She exhaled a long sigh. She closed her eyes briefly. The dust and heat had swelled inside them, and she could not clearly focus her vision. When she opened her eyes, she could see the tiny pools of spilled water on the rocks surrounding the well and the light reflecting in them. The second jar was almost full. She heard faintly the young girl uttering a sequence of words, and interspersed between them equal duration of pauses. Her mouth is left open at the last word. She does not seem to realize that she had spoken. She looked at the stone well as the woman drew in the bucket. She followed each movement with her eyes. The woman rested the bucket on the rim of the well and reached inside her apron, bringing out a small porcelain bowl. The chipped marks on it were stained with age, and there ran a vein towards the foot of the bowl where it was beginning to crack. She dipped the bowl into the bucket and filled it to the brim. She handed it to the child to drink. She drinks quickly the liquid. Earth is cooler as it descends beneath. She looked up at the woman. Her eyes became clearer. She saw that the woman was smiling. Her brow fell softly into an arc on each side of her temples. Her eyes were dark and they seemed to glow from inside the darkness. The child smiled back to her timidly from her seat. Her arms hugged her knees and her small palms wrapped perfectly the roundness of the bowl. The young woman asked her what she was doing so far away from home. The child answered simply that she was on her way home from the neighboring village to take back remedies for her mother who was very ill. She had been walking from daybreak, and although she did not want to stop, she was very tired and thirsty, so she had come to the well. The woman listened, and when the child finished her story, she nodded and gently patted the child's head. She then brought over a basket and sat down beside her. The basket was filled with many pockets, and she began to bring out, one by one, each pocket drawn with a black string. She said that these were special remedies for her mother and that she was to take them to her. She gave her instructions on how to prepare them. She took off the kerchief that she wore and placed it on her lap. She took the bowl and said she must serve the medicines inside the bowl. After she had completed her instructions, she was to keep the 10th pocket and the bowl for herself as a gift from her. She placed the white bowl in the center of the white cloth. The light renders each whiteness iridescent, encircling the bowl a purple hue. She laid all the pockets inside the bowl, then, taking the 2 diagonal corners of the cloth, tied 2 knots at the center and made a small bundle. She gives the bundle to the child to hold in her right hand and says for her to go home quickly, make no stops, and remember all she had told her. The child thanks her and stands. She gives her a deep bow. She began walking very rapidly. Her steps seemed to move lighter than before. After a while, she turned around to wave to the young woman at the well. She had already left the well. She turned and looked in all directions, but she was not anywhere to be seen. She remembered her words about stopping on her way, and she started to run. Already the sun was in the west, and she saw her village coming into view. As she came nearer to the house, she became aware of the weight of the bundles and the warmth in her palms where she had held them. Through the paper screen door, dusk had entered and the shadow of a small candle was flickering.
Step in front so you can see.
Tai Chi, first the universe, second Len Yi, yin and yang, Sam Choi, third, heaven, earth, and humans, say Chun, fourth, the cardinals, north, south, east, west, Nug Hong, fifth, the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lock, hop. Six, four cardinals and the zenith and nadir, truth thing. Seven stars, the Big Dipper, Bagua. Eight, the eight diagrams, Gao Ji Len Wang. Ninth, undepending series of nines or 9 points linked together, Chung Y. 10th, a circle within a circle, a series of concentric circles. 10th, a circle within a circle, a series of concentric circles.
Words cast, each by each, to weather, avowed indisputably, to time. If it should impress, make fossil trace of word, residue of word, stand as a ruin stands, simply, as mark, having relinquished itself to time, to distance.
Lift me up, Mom, to the window, the child, looking above, too high above her view, the glass between, some image, a blur, now darks and grays, mere shadows lingering above her vision, her head tilted back as far as it can go. Lift me up to the window, the white frame and the glass between, early dusk and dawn, when light is muted, lines yield to shades, houses cast shadow pools in the passing light. Brief, all briefly towards night. The rule is an endless path, turning the corner behind the last house. Walls, hives of stone, by hand, each by each, harbor the gold and reflect the white of the rays. There is no one inside the pane and the glass between. Trees adhere to silence, in attendance to the view to come, if to occur. In vigilance of lifting the immobile silence, lift me to the window, to the picture image, unleash the ropes tied to weights of stones, first the ropes, then its scraping on wood, to break stillness as the bells fall, peal, follow the sound of ropes, holding weight, scraping on wood, to break stillness, bells fall, appeal to sky.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. And please stick around for a little while and enjoy the hot food that is out there on the table now. All right.
Jesus coming.